Let's settle down for a second so I can talk to y'all for a second.
Sit down right here. Sit down right here. Sit down right here. Oh man, it's official, guys. I'm gonna learn how to sing. It's official. Um, some of it is gonna be self-taught, but um, I am finally reaching out to the right people. I'm going to learn how to sing.
I got a problem. The day before I got on the plane to come out here, me and my girl broke up. Yeah, we broke up.
Sit down right here. Sit down right here. Hopefully, I get a whole, a whole Barry White arc going on with my voice. That's the reason why I've been trying to avoid singing because maybe I'm afraid that it's gonna affect my talking voice. I don't know. And on top of that, since it's in the gospel, it's gonna be starting in the gospel realm. You already know most, male gospel singers are well,
And it was over something really, really silly. Something we shouldn't have broken up over. But it is. It is what it is. We broke up, and here I am in Ethiopia tonight. Question. Is there anybody out there single? That broke up with a man and they looking for somebody else right now? You gotta be single.
just realized I don't have my Dr. Cheyenne Bryant background. Let me look for that thing.
It's so many. I'm confused. Single ladies, single ladies. Now, I would like to get to know you and talk to you and have a drink or something, and we can just have something to eat and just... But at the end of the conversation, I'm going to want you to come back to America with me. I know I am. So you got to be willing to split the difference. Come to America and see me. I come out here to see you in Ethiopia. But it's
Definitely can't wait to get my vocals right. But I don't want to think too far ahead yet.
from Ethiopia to America. Let me think. Let me think.
I got it.
Got it. Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Girl, would you like to come back with Rob to America? America, America. Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Girl, would you like to come back with Rob to America? America, America. Beautiful. Do you have your passport?
Here we go. Here we go.
Who wants to come back with us to America?
When I get my vocals right, this is the goal right here. This is the goal right here. I ain't even gonna hold you. This is going to be the standard. Okay. It never gets old, man. It never gets old. Where do I even begin with this broad? Where do I even begin? This is some interesting stuff, man. You know, there's certain people in the society. They might not be, their wisdom might not be conventional. They might not look like they have the beat on society, but they're pretty spot on. Corey Holcomb was dead on about this broad being a scam artist. Now, at the time when Corey Holcomb said these things, they called him a hater. They said he hates, black women and and these things. Now, what I've noticed lately, specifically about Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, it's the women going out their way to expose her as the scam artist that she is. So much to the point now, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant had to come out herself and say, I'm basically, in a slick way, say herself that she's not a real doctor. She's not licensed. She doesn't have the proper certification. She finally comes out and say it. Even though there's other people that've had her spot on for a minute now. Now people are finally people are calling her out for being a scam artist. Now people are realizing this is not a real doctor. Now what's interesting is because it's basically you have women now coming out their way to call her out. You have therapists, you have black female therapists coming out and calling her out for being a charlatan. But their motivations to call her out is a little bit different, right? Corey Holcomb called her out because she just felt he felt like he did the research on her. He felt like he had a good beat on her, and she was spreading misinformation. And Corey felt the need to call her out. You know, same old Corey Holcomb. But the reason why the women are now calling her out, particularly in the mental health field, is because now Dr. Cheyenne Bryant is now trying to make excuses for why she doesn't need a license to do what she do, which is basically taking a crap on the whole industry of the mental health sector, right? So this is very interesting. There's a lot of ways we can take this. Because on one end, let's take it here. Because on one end, if you're defending Dr. Cheyenne Bryant at this point, you're just being purely delusional. I'm talking about to a point where kids cannot take you seriously, right? And on the other hand, if you are a woman and you're calling her out for being a fraud at this point, you need to. It's not enough for you to just be like, "Oh yeah, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant's a fraud." No, 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 no. Why are you calling her out now? Is it because now if you don't call her out, now, you're making that mental health sphere look really bad because it's too late now. She's put a massive black eye on that industry. Either way you slice it, whether you're defending her or you're not defending her. If you defend her, you're basically saying that the mental health industry ain't ish. If you don't defend her, you're calling her out. I got to ask you, okay, why are you doing this now? To defend your charlatan practices? Because that mental health sector, it ain't worth ish either. So there's so many ways we can slice this. There's so many ways we can slice this, man. It's very interesting. But before we even get into the videos, right? Because I already have everything set up. We already got the clips, we already got the quotes. And it's interesting how it all basically started off with her going on the Joe Budden podcast and going on there and explaining her reasons on why she's not licensed and why she's not being held to a certain standard. But it basically started off with this quote here, which really jumped it all off. Let me see if I can share this real quick. Because this is the stuff this is what really set it all off. I remember On-Site Media on Instagram. They finally, they showed a post from Dr. Bryant. I don't know if it was a post or it was basically her writing a comment in one of these Instagram sections, and they screen captured it. This is where she tries to defend herself before the backlash comes. She says, "I don't need a license because I'm not a therapist." Wait a minute. When I read that first sentence, I nearly fell off my chair. I was like, "Oh, so she finally admits it." This is some interesting stuff. I'm like, so she finally admits it. She goes, "I'm a psychology expert and life coach. I don't understand what is so hard for people to grasp about that. Coaches do not need a license." Huh. It's so like she has such a slick way with words. Like, again, shout out to Corey Holcomb. He was the only person that called her out on her slick way of wording things. As last I checked, you were calling yourself, you still have that doctor in your title. But that we'll go over that later on. She goes, "Coaches do not need a license. I do not identify as a therapist." Now that's just a lie. But anyways, she goes, "My bio does not say therapist, and my website does not say therapist anywhere on it. It clearly says psychology expert and life coach." Now, here's the slick way of the way she's doing this right here. On her website, she's not incorrect, because on her website it doesn't say, when it comes to her prices and all that stuff, it doesn't say no therapist or nothing. It says coaching on her website. So she doesn't even offer therapy on her personal website. She just offers coaching and the prices for her coaching. So this is where she can hide behind that life coach label. But ma'am, that there's a lot of semantics you're doing right here. But we could go over that later. We can go over that later. Right now, let's talk about this. In the meantime, let's talk about Mr. Stefon Diggs and his current strangulation slash assault case with the female chef. This is like this case right here is hilarious. But anyways, let me read Dr. Rolando G's. Well, you're honestly you're probably more qualified to be a doctor than so-called Dr. Bryant. But anyways, he says, so Dr. Bryant is not a real therapist. Wow. Another so-called brothers were like, she knows what she's talking about. Yeah. It was a lot of because Rolando G, this is what happens, unfortunately. The men that were calling her out, specifically, you had guys like Corey Holcomb. Corey Holcomb was the first person to ever call her out. I'm talking about 2018, 2017, 2016. Like a long time ago. Corey Holcomb called her out. And then you had other men that followed along, people in the so-called manosphere and the so-called, black manosphere. They had called her out. But the problem is when the men were calling her out and calling into question her credentials, they said that we were haters. They said we didn't like black women. You know what I mean? Oh, we don't take mental health seriously. We're like, no, she doesn't take mental health serious. This bitch is a grifter, right? So we were a little bit too ahead of the curve. So this is why it's funny now. I'm like, so why are because what I'm seeing right now, I'm seeing women going out their way to expose Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. It's kind of, I don't know what's happening. I don't know if it's the whole angle of, oh, she's using pretty privilege to get what she wants and blah blah blah. And I'm fine with them coming to that conclusion, but I'm like, but damn, when Corey Holcomb and them ninjas said it, they said that we were haters and all this stuff. An apology would be nice. It's almost like I always feel bad. Like I always feel bad for people that are so ahead of the curve, like Cam Newton. It's almost like when Cam Newton will give a football take, and most people will just disagree. But he'll be so ahead of the curve. So by the time that he's right, nobody's ever going to come back and be like, oh, nah, man, shout out to Cam Newton. I thought he was wrong about this, but he was actually right. This has been happening to Cam Newton for like the past 2 years. He'll make a football sports take or a quote unquote hot take. He'll talk about, the difference between game managers and game changers. And you say, these quarterbacks right here are game managers. And people were saying that he was hating. And then lo and behold, he's literally 100 he's been 1,000% correct. But people won't go out their way and be like, you know what? Cam was right about that. No, they're just going to say he's a hater. Watch this. Before we even go on the Stefon Diggs thing, let me give you an example. All you got to do is search up old posts on Twitter, or maybe, let me see. I think Instagram would be a better example to do this. If we go on Instagram here, let's type in Corey Holcomb and Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. I hope I'm spelling her name correctly. And just look at all the posts when he's calling her out. And I want you to look at the comments. There's going to be people talking about, oh, he's a failed comedian. He doesn't know what he's talking about. If you look at, they're saying no results. Hold on. No, that's not true. Here we go. Let me see if we can find any old clips. What would be like the best? Because I saw some other clips. I'm looking for like the it's on site clip. Oh, this one right here. Here we go. So when you look at these old clips from like probably a year ago, it says 76 weeks ago. So a year ago, maybe even 2 weeks ago. If you look at the comments, most of them roasting Corey. Oh, Corey got mommy and daddy issues. Oh, Dr. Bryant ripped him. She said gloves are off and blah, blah, blah. Everybody praising Dr. Bryant for quote unquote cooking Corey on the Breakfast Club, even though she was lying on his name, right? If you look at all these old posts, most of them, most of them, and even here, she's it's interesting in this video where she's trying to diss Corey. She was trying to talk about how she's her actual therapist, and now here she is over here talking about I never claimed to be a therapist. If you look at all these old posts, but it's very interesting, you know. Oh yeah, right here. I think this is the post I was talking about. If you look at this old post, it was just basically, yeah, people were calling him DL. Oh, shout out to one person. He said, "Damn, Corey was right." One comment that said Corey was right. But it's very interesting when you're like a man and you call out the foolishness in real time. You're not going to get taken seriously. Certain people they're just going to get hate no matter what. This is what I found out. Right? There's certain people they're just going to get hate, and people might not even like the Cam Newton example that I bring up. I just know like Cam Newton, whatever he says, he's going to get hate. I just had to learn how to just I had to learn how to just cope with that. I'm like, yeah, whatever Cam Newton he's like I remember they set him up to fail one time where they asked Cam Newton a question. They were like, "Wait, would you rather win a Super Bowl or keep your MVP or something?" And then he said, "I'd rather keep my MVP." And people were saying, "This is why he's so selfish. He doesn't play for the team." I'm like, "Well, if he said there's no win in that answer." Because if he says I'd rather get a Super Bowl, then everybody's going to start bringing up the fumble that he didn't jump on. So there's no winning. You're not if you're setting up people with questions like that, you're not giving them a chance to really make them where they can come out looking like a good guy. So there's no right question, there's no right answer for him, you know. But anyways, let's look at the Stefon Diggs situation because I might have to do a separate show on this. Here we have it says Stefon Diggs chefs testifies to prior relationship in assault trial. So I don't even know why this is going viral. So I guess this is I guess the chef is going viral for the trial because apparently she's getting cooked on the stand and people are like, "Damn, so it is true she did. Her and Stefon Diggs did have a sexual relationship." Duh. Who has a live-in chef with a BBL? I mean, that should be common sense, you know. But apparently, she's getting cooked on the stand. That's what everybody's saying on Twitter right now. Here we're looking at let's look at this caption. It says Stefon Diggs' lawyer asked asked the chef why did she delete old text messages between her and Diggs, where she called him pussy and said, "I'm ruining that bitch life." and her lawyers were screaming objection after she admitted under oath she deleted the text. Oh Lord have mercy. This should be interesting. She getting cooked on the stand apparently.
Is there a difference between the text messages that you provided to the Dedham police and the text messages that are here?
Yes.
And what is that difference?
I deleted bet and pussy, and I'm ruining that bitch life. Not mistaken. Yeah.
Oh my God. This is why, okay. All right. I hope people don't get mad. Shout out to Pyro in the chat, man. Shout out to Pyro in the chat. This is the reason why, unfortunately, when black women come forward, they don't get believed. They don't know how to play the game. Because, like, if you put a white woman in this situation, she already knows what not to say on the stand. She knows not to even acknowledge these texts, or once they start getting questioned by the lawyer, they already know how to start the waterworks. Why would you admit on the stand? Oh man. This is some funny stuff, man. Unfortunately, that's part of the reason why that BWs they don't get believed when they on the stand. Or when they start with, like, when BWs press charges, they're like, get this broad out of here. There's a reason why R. Kelly got away with the stuff that he did for so long. Because there was no white women involved. That's a major black pill for you guys. Just to let y'all know. There's a reason why R. Kelly got away with the stuff that he did for so long. Have you noticed there was like no you don't see no pictures, you don't even see no pictures of him kissing no white broad. R. Kelly literally, he could have not have gotten, like, the stuff that he got away with BWs, he could have gotten away with that with dogs. Yo, that's a major black pill for y'all, real quick. But anyways, let's keep this going.
And why did you delete those phrases when you provided those text messages to the Denver police?
Because when I was abusing my previous relationship, when I would say things,
the objection is sustained.
he would.
Not the objection is sustained.
What is she doing? You supposed to start the waterworks before. Her lawyers had to step in and be like, just no, stop. Oh my God. Oh my God, this is so bad. Oh Lord have mercy, man. B-dubs don't know how to play the game, man. They don't know how to play the game. Rolando G55424, he says, I think the women who are exposing her, I think those women are calling her out. I believe they're going off for pretty privilege. Exactly. They're trying to call out Dr. Cheyenne Bryant for using her pretty privilege to move ahead in the game. That's really the reason why they're kind of going out their way to finally call her out. But what I need those broads to do is to give men an apology. Really, men in general. It doesn't have to be, obviously, Corey Holcomb and friends, but first of all, Corey Holcomb's gonna go off tomorrow about this. But anyway, just give men an apology and just say we were right about Dr. Cheyenne, this so-called Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. And the scam artistry is bad when she had to come forward herself and say, I'm not a licensed blah, blah, blah. Pyro says that she's so trash at this. She can't even play victim right. Low key, she had a slam dunk case. Because first of all, even with all of this fake stuff, this fake crime, I believe that Stefon Diggs did put his hands on her. Now, there's more context to it, obviously. Obviously, she most likely induced this. She probably said something to him or threatened to extort him, and that's why he put his hands on her. I believe that. But she had a slam dunk case but like I said, BWs, they don't, when it comes to stuff like this and DV and SA and all these things, when they actually press charges and go through on the court, they usually get cooked. You know what I mean? They don't know how to play the game.
There's no question there. Again, the jurors will disregard it. Sidebar.
She's getting cooked, and she getting cooked in the comments too. Yeah, she getting cooked. Yeah, everybody's like, yo, what is wrong with this broad? Somebody said, in my opinion, I think she's talking about ruining Diggs' life since he's in court. Or I'm gonna ruin this bitch life. Well, when she said I'm finna ruin this bitch life, she is probably talking about Cardi, because if you guys do remember, in the paperwork, it said that she was about to let bygones be bygones when it came to her and Stefon Diggs not really working out when it comes to the business or when it comes to the sex, etc. But Cardi B had basically called her and threatened her, not necessarily threatened her physically, but was like, look, you taking this too far. you, you know what I mean? You doing too much. And that's when she decided to press charges on Stefon Diggs, was when Cardi B started calling her and saying that you taking this too far. And when women, when the main women, or the so-called main women that the side bitches have no respect for, start calling the side bitch's phone and start telling you what to do, that's when bitches start getting real vindictive. So she probably they're saying that she was talking about Stefon Diggs. Nah, she probably was talking about Cardi B. She probably dropped that lawsuit just not necessarily because of Stefon Diggs, but just because it would have put Cardi B in a awkward position because of the timing of it all, her being Stefon Diggs' public, numero uno girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's kind of my opinion on that. People think they were talking about Diggs. Nah, she was probably talking about Cardi B. But either way, this still looks bad on the chef. The BBL chef. Somebody said women get caught lying and then go to the abusive relationship trope in tears. LOL, like clockwork. Exactly. Like, she gets caught up on the stand, and then all of a sudden she's talking about her past relationship. She was getting abused. And oh, by the way, Corey Holcomb also warned these niggas that, like, bro, like, these judges, they said even the female judges, now they're not letting women cry victim no more on the stand and talk about abuse and I got abused and he put his hands on me. He's saying that, like, now, if you have a decent enough lawyer, the judges aren't buying. They're not buying those cases. They're sick and tired of seeing cases like this with women playing victim in the court. I need to clip all these things together, man, because this is some very interesting stuff. The tides are turning, but especially when it comes to B dubs, that don't work. This is what especially specifically what white women do. They don't even really press charges. What they do is they play victim in the court of public opinion. They'll do interviews, but they will never go to court and actually press charges because they know that shit's not gonna work. Like, she, like, on her case, she actually tried to go to court and press charges and really put Stefon Diggs on blast. But like I said, the court is different from the court of public opinion. If it was a white, like I said, if this was a white woman, what a white woman would have done, she would have been doing. You see how, like, Sharon Moore, the broad that Sharon Moore was sleeping with. You see how now that she's trying to play victim and she's doing, interviews with ABC News and all these people, but she's not pressing charges or doing anything like that because she understands what the game is. She knows she can't get anything from pressing charges, but she knows that she can ruin this man's image in a court of public opinion if I just show my blonde hair, my white skin, bat my eyes a couple of times and say that he was so big and he was so black, play that card. And then I could just do that and then maybe get a civil suit if need be. At most, do a civil suit, but that's all I need to do. And then I'll get what I want. I'll get my little sympathy. I'll get my, I'll still be employable, It's all about salvaging her image. But but that's because, like I said, white women, they know how to play the game. Damn, everybody's cooked. They're even cooking her in the comments. Somebody said, Diggs, brother, you need to watch who you put your dick in because this ain't it. Yeah, I'm talking about, you have all types of, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. Everybody in here, they cooking her. Men and women, they're cooking her. But this is what happens when you're like in an actual court where the lawyers can act like in a where you're facing up against some lawyers that can really take you down. Stefon Diggs, he has the means to get him some lawyers that can cook you compared to this so-called BBL chef, She getting cooked, bruh.
I would say it's complicated.
Let me see this. Oh, Lord. And they got a whole bunch of clips of her. They say that she was having flashbacks on the stand. Oh, Lord.
How would you characterize your relationship with Mr. Diggs?
I would say it's complicated.
Oh, Lord.
We had it started out as friends. We met. It started out as friends.
Oh, Lord.
Became sexual. And it started out as friends. Became sexual. And we would meet up, hang out, and we decided I would come work for him like February of 2025.
So you said February 2025, you and he talked about you working for him?
Yes.
And that's as a private. How would you characterize your relationship?
Oh, man. For her to even admit this on the stand as well. Ellis is here. Shout out to Pan the Man. Ellis is here, says, Chris Mike, isn't Sharon Moore married to a pink toe? Yeah. But that doesn't matter because the broad that he was sleeping with, watch this. Let me see. Let me see if I can bring up that interview. Because it doesn't matter. Watch this. Sharon Moore assistant interview. Let me see. Here we go. All they need to see is this. All they need to see, victim of fired University of Michigan football head coach Sharon Moore speaks out. Even the way they label the title. I'm like, victim of what? Victim of what? There was no victims here. All they got to see is this right here. Hold on. When did the tears come in? Hold on. When did the tears come in?
And suggested that you're a homewrecker. How can you be a victim and complicit at the same time? How do you respond to those critics?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you really understand it until you sit down and think about everything. and then he's door and locked.
Okay.
It was
Because
promptly after more psych evaluation.
Let me see something. Let me see if I can find the tears. I need to find the tears. Oh yeah, right here, where she said she felt trapped.
Did you love him?
back then, I did, but obviously looking back at things and really reflecting on what happened, what was happening, that's because he was so miserable without me.
During their years-long relationship, Shiver learned she was pregnant by Moore. Pregnancy was complicated by Pompe disease, a genetic disorder that weakens muscle
There
strength.
we go. That's all they need. That's all they need right there. That's it. That's it. That's all the simps need. She knows as soon as she does that. That's all they need right there. That's all the normies need. In America, that's all they need right here. There's a reason why most white women, if they have the chance to, if they can get away with it, they will dye their hair blonde as young as they can. Like it's a whole bunch. Like you can never really tell. You'll be like, okay, is she a real blonde? Because obviously she's not a real blonde. You can see her dark roots. She's not a real blonde. But most white women, if they get the chance, they dye their hair blonde, or they make it where they can get their hair naturally or unnaturally dyed blonde at a young age, because there's currency to that. You have a better chance of getting chose. You get treated better. You get more attention. When you cry, people take you seriously. Most of especially most of the white girls I grew up with, when they had a chance to get their hair a little lighter, even if they had like dark brown hair, if they had a chance to make it where their hair could be blonde or just a little bit lighter, they always did. They always took it. Not really, it was kind of harder for the Hispanics to pull it off. Like if you had, one of the Melendez, was it those Mendezes or the Melendez? They probably couldn't pull it. Like I knew one girl, she had one, like her mom was of Hispanic descent. So but she was always pretty. She was always pretty. But because she had like that kind of tan skin where there's no way she could pull off being blonde without it looking a little bit unnatural. Even though she was the prettiest person, she was the prettiest person in her school at the time. She could never really pull off blonde hair. She tried. I remember like later on in life she tried to pull it, but it just didn't match her skin tone, if that makes sense. She was still white though. Like she was white. She's a white girl. But the way, like her the type of tan that she had, it just wouldn't make sense. She was still pretty though. Still pretty. So it's kind of hard for girls like that. But most of the white girls, when they can dye their hair blonde, they do it. Man, like I remember one dude. When I was in high school, I remember he was trying to holler at a girl that he said, "Oh, this girl?" Like, "Oh yeah, yeah." Oh man, she's so clean, man, and her hair, she got the best hair. I'm like, and I was like, "What do you mean the best hair?" Oh man, it's like her hair, it's like perfect. She got the most blonde hair, and I was like, "What do you?" And then I just remember the first time that I met this young lady at the time. I remember like I met her in ninth grade. She was showing me middle school pictures of her with jet black hair. I'm talking about her hair was jet black. Now she was naturally a brunette, but she had this thing where she would just dye. She said she was able to just dye her hair jet black, and that was her thing back then. I was like, the fuck? But she had really dark roots. She had like very dark roots, so it wasn't even really she wasn't even really dyeing it. But a lot of women are really cold with the hair game. So once they come back or they decide to go blonde because it'll actually make them look a little bit better, they know how to do it, or they know how to do it, or they set themselves with the right hairdressers where they know how to do it where they can come off as a natural blonde. And that is currency in worldwide society, but especially in Western societies, America especially. That's all they need to see. He says Gloria Mendez. Let me see if do I know who that is? Let me search that up. Gloria Mendez. That must be an actress. Let's see, Gloria Mendez, actress, or maybe you're just giving me just a real life example. Yeah, the Mendezes, because there's like everybody knows in the suburb communities you had the Hernandez. You'll have like the one Hispanic family. Well, like where it was a family where it's like it'll be like one Caucasian parent and one of the parents has a Hispanic background, whether it be the father or the mom. Most of the time, it's the mom will have some kind of a Hispanic background, but she'll be very Americanized. But it's clear that she has some kind of Mexican in her or some Puerto Rican in her, something. So it's kind of hard for them to pull it off. It's very hard. Let me see if I can bring up an example. Like, who's the actress from George Lopez? George Lopez cast. Yeah, Constance Marie. Like Constance Marie. Or how about, okay, let me give you, yeah, I will use Constance Marie. Like when Constance Marie was in her younger years, she was actually a very attractive woman. I'll say she still is for her age. She still is a pretty attractive woman. A woman of her age is still pretty attractive. Like at 60 to look like this at 60 that's not bad. She probably had some work done, right? But let me see if we can find. Let me see, Constance Marie, 2006. If we can find some 2006 photos, or how about this, 1996 or something. I don't know. She got. Like someone like her. See if we can. Or we could use so like everybody knew like a older mom that kind of looked like this. Or let me use another example. Let's use another example. Amy Garcia. There we go. That's a better example. What picture can we use? Let's use this picture right here. I'm trying to see the best picture that we can use, the best close-up picture that we can use, so I can use this example properly. There we go. This is a better picture. So let's open image, a new tab. And let's show this real quick. So everybody in like if you went to the suburbs in high school, we all knew like a chick like this. She was a suburbanite. She talked like the suburbanite. She talked like all of them, but we all knew. You could tell by just looking at her. Oh, she got some Mexican in her, something like she could probably be the prettiest woman of all of them. She probably could be the prettiest woman in that whole school, but she can never pull off blonde. It just wouldn't make sense. Or even if she did, they would hear her last name. Garcia. And they'll be like, oh, we know what she is. You know what I mean? And this is not to be disrespectful, because I had a crush on Amy Garcia when I was growing up, right? But I'm just saying we're talking about when it comes to blonde hair, right? It's a form of currency. It's a form of currency. Apparently is this her family? Hold on. Oh no, never mind. That's not her family. But everybody knew a chick exactly like that. Everybody knew a chick like that. Gonzalez, yeah, Mendoza, Morales. Man, yeah, those are the random, Hispanic suburbanites that you would just know of with the Hispanic background. Yeah, Garcia. What am I missing anything else? Yeah, you said it. Yeah, Gonzalez, Mendez, Melendez. Who else? Oh man, that's kind of funny though. That's kind of funny. That is kind of funny. But anyways, yeah, Scarlett Johansson isn't a natural blonde. She's a natural ginger. Yeah, Morales. Yeah, I told you, yeah, Morales. I was like, yeah. I'm like, I knew I forgot one. Anybody that grew up in the suburbs, they do at least one of those one or two of those broads. I'm talking about cookie cutter suburb girl like the rest, but she can't pull off that blonde. She wants to, but she can't. So she just has to just appreciate her her brunette self. But anyways. Oh man.
How would you characterize your
Whoa. Hold on for a sec.
relationship with Mr. Diggs?
Let me fix something real quick. Let me fix my audio. Here we go. I think we should be good. I don't know what was going on with my audio.
I would say it's complicated.
Yeah, this is a really bad look. What's her name? These are probably all YouTube clips. They said the Law and Crime Network. Oh, they probably got this on their YouTube channel right now. Law and Crime Network. Oh Lord. Yep. Watch this. As soon as I put up, yeah, they already have the 7-hour case. They already got it on. they already posted the live stream. They even have a picture of her basically the night after she said that she got strangled. They got footage of her dancing. Oh man, oh man. This is some funny stuff, man. Man, I remember back in the day, you could even get footage like this. Also, they got the full. Oh man, this is some people took the time out the day to go through this. Oh, by the way, let me put this out there. Let me put this out there. How old do you think this woman is? Because somebody put the age of this woman. How old do you think this BBL chef is? I'm gonna give you guys a chance to put it in the comment section. How old do you think she is? It's and I'll give a ding 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 to whoever's closest to the answer. How old is this BBL chef? Oh man. You guys can look it up if you want to. But somebody posted her age and I was laughing. I was laughing my A off when somebody posted the alleged age of this BBL chef. Somebody said 36, somebody said 29. Nah, y'all not even close. Yeah, Pyro, you're not even close. Let me see. Somebody needs to be at least one number off. I want somebody to find out. So sorry. I want somebody to see if they get the number. Okay, Ellis is close. He's kind of close. He's kind of close. This is some interesting stuff, man. Y'all, Shannon Sharp out there with them young white girls, and blah, blah, that's why you got sued. So Pyro, yep. So Pyro, I'm gonna give it a Pyro. So allegedly, she is 41 years old. Allegedly, she is 41 years old. Myla Adams. So that that puts to bed, the theory of, oh, this is what happens when you be around them white girls and them young white, bruh. It don't matter. There was like wasn't there like a 40-year-old real estate agent that tried to sue James Harden's brother? she was at James Harden's house. She slept with James Harden's brother, and now she tried to sue the estate and say it was, come on. You got a 41-year-old BBL chef trying to sue a 32-year-old NFL wide receiver. Stay away from them white girls. Okay. Oh man. And look at how she acts. Look at her mannerisms. I'm gonna do this with the volume off. Look how she's talking. Bitch trying to talk like a teenager. She at 41 still trying to play victim. It doesn't stop. The games don't stop. I keep saying this. It don't matter what age abroad you dealing with. They're always going to talk about they're in a situation that's in. They're always going to talk about how they've been in an abusive relationship, how they got put in an unfavorable situation. It does not matter. Ridiculous at this point. Just ridiculous. By the way, Stefon Diggs, you a sick man for hiring this chef. you a sick man, bro. Something wrong with this. Why are you hiring a 41-year-old BBL warrior? If you talk like, I'm not saying like because when you're young, or maybe in your early 30s, you might pull off some nonsense like that out of insecurity. You don't know your. If you're dealing with a 40-year-old broad with a BBL, you're dealing with a someone with a serious mental illness. Like you're dealing with a very like seriously mentally unwell woman. You're talking about a woman with a BBL in her 40s. So Stefon Diggs, you wrong for hiring somebody like that. You know that was going to be nothing but drama. And Pyro says, no matter what you do, you're the predator. Exactly. Stefon Diggs is a 32-year-old NFL athlete being accused of basically being the predator in the situation, even though he's the younger dude. he's the immature dude that everybody knows as the immature dude. But she's still the victim. He's just battle tested, of course, that 41-year-old. But why do you think you got these? Shout out to Pyro. He says, grown adult at this age, she shouldn't be he says she should be dropping game for the young dudes. None of that fake-ish. Like at that age, you're literally literally by that age, you're supposed to be prepping your daughter for college. Literally prepping them or for how the world is going to be. Like you at that literally at that age, I used to work at a warehouse, and there were already women at that age talking about, oh man, this is my granddaughter. Even though that's a little bit too young, but they had their daughter at like 20 or 21, and then their daughter is having a daughter at like 23, and they're like 44 or 45. Right? But their daughter is like 23 or something like that, right? Like, what are you doing? like what's going on? You got 40-year-old women now trying to finesse athletes, finesse young male athletes, getting BBLs, trying to get flued out. What the bruh at 40? Are you serious? But yeah, the games don't stop. Anybody that watches AJ's channel, AJ Rants and Reactions, he'll show you like you have these bras, they be in their 50s talking about dating and how dating isn't good to them. I'm like, you're in your 50s. Those dating is over. What are you talking about? Dating. Look, man, it's either you're dealing with a woman that is mentally mature, or you're dealing with a woman that's not. That's it. That's it. Yeah, she has a BBL at 40, near 50s, and acting like you're 25. So because she's saying that she's 41, but that means she's probably she might be older. She might be older because you already know women like to lie down about their age. They'll be 29 for 5 or 6, 7 years. So she's probably 44, 45. You know, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, she's allegedly what, 44 years old or 43 years old. She's probably like 47. He says at 50, the only dating should be rocks, carbon dating. Oh man. Like at that, when you're around that age, because I'm gonna assume she's lying about her age being in her early 40s. Because when you have a woman talking about, oh, I'm only 40, she's probably like 44 or 45. So I'm gonna assume that she's really like 44 or 45 years old. This is ridiculous. At this age, this is embarrassing.
How would you characterize your relationship with Mr. Diggs?
I would say it's complicated. We had it started out as friends. We met. It started out as friends, became sexual, and we would meet up, hang out, and we decided I will come work for him like February of 2025.
So you said February 2025, you and he talked about you working for him?
Yes.
And that's as a private. How would you characterize?
Even the way she's talking, like she's trying to act like she's this young innocent girl, like that don't work. First of all, that don't really work on B-dubs in general, unfortunately, but it's definitely not going to work on a 40-year-old woman just a woman in her 40s, let alone a black 40-year-old woman. That's just not that's not going to work. So DJ Academic said the infamous chef with the BBL that Stefon Diggs hired testified that he was busting open them cheeks after she'd make him breakfast. Stefon, a wild boy, Ninja was smashing the whole staff, the record label, and the MF group at this point. Wonder when he had time for football. Yeah, she goes on. There's another clip of her talking about that she wasn't the only woman that he was smashing at the time on his staff. Like this, Stefon, a wild boy, man. He a wild boy. But anybody with two eyes, and because remember, like when I was talking about this situation a couple of months ago, I was like, yeah, of course they was having a relationship. I'm like, what are you talking about? He was strangling you, and you had a bed. What? I'm like, what is he doing in your bedroom? Aren't you a chef? So and then they talking about you had a BBL. I'm like, oh, we already know what you was there for. You was living pussy. You was living pussy that could cook for him from time to time. You know. But yeah, this is ridiculous. Let me look at the comments with this one. Somebody said it's giving she fell in love and he didn't. Somebody said never mix business with pleasure. It never ends well on both sides. This is why I go out my way to make sure I don't sleep with any of the female artists I work with. I be going out my way to make sure to just because it always is gonna end up. Been very careful not to mess with certain people when I was working. It was hard as hell. Now, whatever happened outside of work, you know what I mean? Because, people came and go at like my older jobs. So, they left, then I would holler, and then if things happen. But I would go out of my way because it's hard to, especially when you're talking about jobs. You get comfortable seeing somebody for a little bit, somebody's going to catch feelings. Especially if you work in one of them jobs where you have female coworkers, somebody going to catch feelings. I'm talking about you're not even going to be attracted to them at first, but somebody's going to, there's an attraction will build, whether it be from the man to the woman or the woman to the man or mutual, a mutual attraction. Somebody's going to ask, hey, you want to go out for coffee? So it's going to happen eventually. It doesn't matter. It don't matter how hard you try to keep it, you try to keep it G, try to keep it professional. Somebody's going to bat their eyes or somebody's going to play flirt. It's going to happen. It's just biology. Simple biology. Somebody said, I just knew he hit it. She's a little upset that she wasn't the chosen one. Yeah, of course. But really, it was already explained before in the paperwork in December. She was going to let it go, but she was mad that Cardi B got involved in the situation. And she had no respect for Cardi B. So that's why she put that lawsuit on Stefon Diggs, because she knew that was going to make things awkward, and she knew it was going to put Stefon Diggs and Cardi B in an awkward position if she dropped this lawsuit. Somebody said, is it that women are easily manipulated, or do they just willingly make bad choices that lead them to being victims? Yeah, it's the latter. because they know they could always lean on being a victim. Because I don't even think it's not even about manipulation. That's like even them saying that they got manipulated. That's just them playing the victim, right? We have so many, safety nets for women to where they can just basically go through life, without really having real accountability or responsibility. And they know they could always fall back on being a victim. They could always fall back on, becoming a Christian, right? Becoming religious and somebody saving them. They have so many fallback plans, they never really take a risk. This is why they like their biggest fear is building with a man and then using their younger years to build with a man and then him leaving, because they've like women have they've been brought up to never even take these kind of risks. They've been told, like they've already been told by their elders, by women older than them, to not do that, or to not put themselves. They've been taught to always put themselves in a position where they always have the leverage at all times. So they're always going to have a safety net. They're always going to have a fallback plan. If she's going out with somebody or she's in a relationship with somebody, she's always going to have, pictures of him doing something. She's always going to have evidence of him being quote unquote abusive, or the man being some kind of a monster. So she can make herself look like the victim. This is why they'll always go. They'll go out with criminals. They'll have sex with criminals. They'll have sex with drug dealers and quote unquote bad boys. Because at the end of the day, if they get caught with the bad boy, they can always say, well, he's a bad person. Therefore, that doesn't make me a bad person because I'm a woman. He's the man. I'm the woman. So no, women are not easily manipulated. They willingly put themselves in bad positions because they know there's a fallback plan. There's a reason why, like overseas, I'm not saying women don't date drug dealers, but they'll never put it out there. They'll never brag about it too, because they know once you're in that life, you're in that life. You can't just, I just dated this drug dealer and then I stopped. There's no such thing. Deal with people like that. Those people stay in your life forever. But anyways, that's a whole other story. Somebody said, is she having flashbacks on the stands? On the stand. That's funny, man. That's let's look at this one more time.
How would you characterize your relationship with Mr. Diggs?
I would say it's complicated.
Yeah, she is having flashbacks. Just off of her mannerisms. If you're watching, yeah, it's unfortunate, BWs, unfortunately, it's really hard for them to look like victims when they're in these situations. Oh man, this is bad. Man. Pyro says, true, he's bad, so whatever he did was bad. I didn't know he was bad. They could always fall back. That's why they're not gonna go out their way and build with a decent dude. Because imagine like a woman's a woman's biggest fear. She builds with it's not even. I don't even think it's great. And people might think that's crazy to say. I don't even think it's great. Because really what they fear of grape is being forced to have a child with someone who they don't really want to be with. That's really what they fear with quote unquote grape. It's not necessarily the grape itself. It's the act of, being forced to have a child with somebody that they do not really want to be with, or they're not sexually attracted to, right? Or the physical characteristics of the guy they want nothing to do with, right? But really the fear, I'll say the true fear of women is them choosing to be with a guy. They build with the guy, and he's not a Chad, he's not a Tyrone, he's a normal dude. They build with him, but the problem is when she builds with him, she's inadvertently building up his sexual market value, because that guy he's getting his money up, he's getting his fitness up, his whatever up, all these things. She's also helping him with his sexual market value. So by the time he's in his late 20s or 30s, he's finally where he needs to be. And when she finally builds up with him, he ditches her for another woman. And it doesn't matter how much money he even gives in terms of, look, thank you for building with me. Here's $1 million check. Like, you see how like Dave Portnoy, he talks about how his ex-wife can still be in his bank account because she built with him or whatever. But I bet you she still hates his guts because of whatever the case that may be. But that's the biggest fear of a woman, to build with a man and then he leaves her for another woman, for a younger woman, right? So every woman right now, they're trying to skip that process. They're just trying to skip to the front of the line and get the guy when he's already has his stuff together. Or if he doesn't have his stuff together, he has to be a Chad. Or somebody that she has sexual chemistry with. If she doesn't have sexual chemistry with you, or you're not a Chad, she's not going to be willing to, quote unquote, build with you. She's not taking that risk. So when you see dudes that like she's with a dude that she's not necessarily sexually attracted to, that guy already has his stuff together. That guy's already, he's already making his 6 figures, or he's making his close to 6 figures. He already has a place to stay. He's already set. He's already, But in terms of, starting from ground zero, no. Women are not doing that no more. Even the ugly broads are not doing that. So, like, nope. She's like, I'm not going to help you build you and then basically help you build you so you can leave me at a later point in time. Women are like, nope, I'm not going to do that. Exactly. Anton Daniels, prime example. Oh man, that's cold-blooded, but those are facts. Those are facts. There's a reason why, like, even especially back in the day, like broads would like sabotage the men that they would be with. Like they would like settle for a normal guy, quote unquote, and then like they'll settle with the guy. She'll be in her 30s, he'll be in his 30s, but he'll get a promotion and he'll have an offer to go somewhere like out of state or across country, upstate, for a decent paying job, more money, better position, better prestige, and she'll be like, no, we're not going nowhere, because that would involve her taking a risk, and then you're getting more money, and then the money that you're getting is enough money to basically replace her. She's gonna be like, no. You have enough money, you literally have enough money to replace her, cheat on her, and replace her. Women are like, nowadays women are like, no, I am not doing that. But that's a whole other story for another day. So Pyro said, not necessarily, not Derek Jackson, because Derek Jackson, he's a Tyrone, right? He could have gone. There's a lot of routes that Derek Jackson could have gone. Anton Daniels is the better prime example, because like Anton Daniels, he not like if you look at his life, His pictures, he wasn't getting no hoes. No disrespect, but he was like he wasn't getting no hoes. He didn't have any special talents or gifts or, you know. But now that he's getting a little bit of money, all of a sudden, I keep a baddie around me. I always keep a baddie around me. All of a sudden, you get you in hotel rooms with light skin with light skin shorties, conservative light skin shorties. He get a little bit of money. Now nigga talking about dirty macking and all this nonsense. Yeah, Anton Daniels, that's a black pill. It is what it is. It's a black pill. So Anton Daniels, his wife, built with him, from the ground up. He was broke, and it still wasn't working out. It still didn't work out. It's only until he got that insurance money from his deceased father that he was able to start doing things. Couple Bros said, Anton, we don't believe you. You need more people. I gotta find. I wish I could. I wish I still had that video of that woman that called out Anton for trying to fly her out to Detroit. You ain't got no hoes, Anton. I wish I could save that as a soundbite. That it was so funny. Anton was trying to talk to her during a panel about how Anton, he'd be like, you don't know what I got. You don't know what I got. You don't know what my situation is. You just hear in the background, you ain't got no hoes, Anton. Oh, man. Oh, my God. That's funny, man. That's funny. You ain't got no hoes, Anton. Oh, man. And mind you, maybe I like her because she literally reminds me of one of my cousins. Oh, man. Same attitude and everything. Oh, that's a whole other story. Adam A. Dude said, is Mr. Daniels still around? I stopped watching years ago. Well, guys like that, those people, you can tell the people that kind of buy their way to success, right? You can tell. The subscriber numbers doesn't match their views. You see it's a lot of channels that I see that with. I'm not saying no names. They don't grow organically. I'm not saying I'm not throwing shots. They just don't grow organically, if you catch my drift. I'm not saying any names. Oh, no disrespect to that boy. Oh, man. G-Man says, wait, so who is Dr. Cheyenne Bryant? He says, I'm just now finding this stuff out. Oh, she's a fake doctor, right? That's all she is. This is a person that used to, she claims that she is a doctor. She claimed that she was a mental health expert and a therapist and all of that. And now she's walking back on all those claims. But really, at the end of the day, all she is one of those Erica Craig Facts call it Erica Baduisms. That's what she that's what she specializes in. Erica Baduisms. That's Dr. That's this alleged Cheyenne Bryant. But when you're pretty, like I said, like what she has is pretty privileged, but particularly she doesn't necessarily have pretty privilege in a dominant society, but in the black sector, she has pretty privilege, right? So she looks like the exact archetype that black men be trying to smash on. So she's always gonna gain favor from that demographic, right? Let me see if I can find some pictures of her when she in like 2014 or 2015. Let me see, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. Let me search YouTube. Actually, let me search YouTube. Bryant 20, because I already knew of Dr. Cheyenne Bryant since I've known of her since 20. I will say 15 or 14. I remember like at the time, like knowing of her of being, the president of some NAACP chapter or something. And then I remember seeing her and I was like, oh, of course she's the president of that. It's almost like when I first saw her, it's almost like it's like when you see, like you'll see you'll go to certain restaurants, right? Or you'll go to like a Old Navy, right? One of these stores, and then you see the supervisor, who the female supervisor is, and it's the one with the biggest ass or the woman with the biggest tits. So you're just like, oh, that makes sense. that's it is what it is. We all know how this game works. Let me see if I can find that old Corey Holcomb clip of him talking about Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. Let me see, 2018. I gotta really find those old clips. Them real old clips. But then also I would watch Dr. Cheyenne Bryant on the So What show. Right. So that was kind of what I saw of her. So if you go on, let me see if I can go on the Zoe What morning show with the Zoe Williams show. Let me see if I can bring up his channel. Here we go, the Zoe What show. By the way, a lot of your favorite manosphere guys or your favorite conservative guys, I used to see them on the Zoe What like morning show in like 2016 when I would watch these old clips. Let me see. All you gotta do is go on the Zoe What morning show and just type in Dr. Was it Cheyenne Bryant? Hope did I spell it right? I don't think I spelled it right. And you can see literally clips from over 11 years ago, over 10 years ago.
A lot of Black men have experienced identity crisis because of the racism that they go through every day.
So you can see all these old clips of her talking nonsense, right? This clip is from like, let me see. Yeah, this is from 2015. This clip is from 2015. So you can literally see all these old clips of Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, even like her doing shows, like episodes with Corey Holcomb, like from 2015, 2014. Is this from 2012? Hold on. Whoa, they got
something that's not.
There's no way Dr. Cheyenne Bryant was on this one. This is from 2012. No way. Okay. That's just a 2012 episode. Never mind. I was about to say there's no way. I just know like the earliest one where Corey Holcomb and Dr. Cheyenne Bryant were on the same episodes. This was like 2014, 2015. But anyways, let's go right back to the main topic at hand. Dr. Cheyenne Bryant says, despite repeatedly referring to herself as a therapist on the Joe Budden podcast, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant now says she isn't a therapist but a life coach following the backlash. Here she says, I don't need a license because I'm not a therapist. I'm a psychology expert and life coach. I don't understand what's so hard for people to grasp about that. Coaches do not need a license. I do not identify as a therapist, even though she's done that so many times. But anyways, she goes, my bio does not say therapist, and my website does not say therapist anywhere on it. It clearly says psychology expert and life coach. Oh, man. Those fraudsters, those scam artists, they have a way with words, don't they? They have a only people that are really in tune to life can pick up on these things. He says, what a difference 10 years make. Yep. So G-Man says, so she's like Dr. Umar, but without a school, but for Black women issues. Close. That is actually a decent comparison, but at least, with Dr. Umar, he's actually put in work, meaning he does have an actual psychology degree, and he did work for Philly public schools as a was it a psychologist, he did work as a school psychologist for years at in a district public school setting for a number of years before he started on the pro Black grift. So he actually has a PhD, and he actually has a license to practice what he does. Not like the speech that's like his grift. His grift is different from what he has a degree with. Dr. Umar, he's just selling a school that doesn't exist. That's something different than what his degree is. XVY Jay-Z says, Chris, when you get a chance, watch Zoe hosting on the Plantation Celebration Awards with Tariq. That sounds like an older episode. Did I watch it? I might have watched that. Or is that new? Let me see. The Plantation Awards. That sounds so familiar. Plantation Awards. The Zoet Show. Let me see. The Zoet Show. Plantation Awards with Tariq and Nasheed. This must have been an older episode. I used to watch those Zoet shows, man. I used to watch those religiously. Tariq Nasheed. Plantation Award Show. Let me see. This must have been an older episode. Let me see this. This must have been an older one. But anyways, you might have to put the I don't know why nothing's popping up. He said it's old but gold. Yeah, that must have been from like 2013 or 2014. No, sorry, that's too old. It's probably from like 2015 or 2016. It sounds so familiar. I probably watched it. There's a lot of older like Zoet shows that they would show the episodes on other channels, but they got struck down. Right. So I would have to go on Zoe's channel. Let me go on Zoe's channel real quick, and I'm gonna just search up Tariq Nasheed and just see what pops up. Because there was a time where Tariq Nasheed would say some real shit from time to time. There was a time. People might not know. But there was a time when Tariq Nasheed used to say some real shit. But let me see something real quick. Let me see if I can bring one of these shows up. Yeah, I would have to definitely.
Most people who are in go deeper. Go deeper. Go deeper. We
are completely reversed.
Why? Go deeper.
Because this happened in the 1960s. Before 1964, most black marriages were intact. Everything was fine. Right after 1964, when they passed the Civil Rights Act, they started coming to the community with all of these programs. They set the women aside. They started giving women grants and loans and housing and all of this stuff purposely to cause a rift in the black community. Separation. There's even a report called the Moynihan Report that came out in 1965 that predicted what would happen to the black community. It said in 20 years, the way we're going now, in 20 years, the black community will be in shambles. Teen pregnancy is going to be up. There's going to be rampant drug use. There's going to be crime if we keep on giving these women set-asides and not doing anything for the black male. They said this in 1965. Look up Moynihan Report. And everything in that report came true. And it's still coming true, and it's still reigning true now.
Because it was a plan. It was
a plan. It was not an accident. So we have to realize that this rift that
So this is very interesting stuff. I remember watching this episode a really while back. I think I watched this. Yeah, I watched this episode in 2017, but this episode came out in 2013. So these were some very deep conversations. So like when you even hear these talking points, even in the manosphere, you know, the separation of men and women, there being an agenda, specific agenda to separate the family. These are things that were already done. Particularly, it started with the black community, and then it ended up spreading everywhere else. You know what I mean? So these are things, like these are all calculated tools of the powers that may be to separate the family, to separate the man from the woman, giving the woman fake independence, giving the woman tools, prizes, cash prizes to turn in evidence, to basically turn in evidence on your own man, on your own men, for cashes and prizes. So these they used to get really deep with these type of conversations. He said Sadia Khan was the lady I was thinking of. Oh man. He says the Moynihan Report actually talked about the rampant single motherhood in the community back in 1956. I don't blame the Civil Rights Act for what happened, as it was already a growing problem. Yeah, because you know these things. You know, that's all you got to do is look to the past and look. A lot of these things that we're experiencing right now, like this is you talking about 60 years, 50-year plans. You know, this is some interesting stuff, man. But we can go deep into that, very, very, very deep. These are really deep conversations that we should be having. And there's a reason why when you talk about why the Middle Eastern families in America or the Indian families are the ones that are doing the best, because their families stay together. They have the highest, medium income, but that's because their families are staying together. You got white, you know, the white population, the black population, they're divorcing each other like it's nobody's business, splitting assets. One side thinks they're winning, one side thinks they're losing, one other is pure mess. And then we wonder, damn, why is it? What's wrong with America? What's going on? Why aren't the right people in the right places? These plans were like 50, 60 years in the making. It's deep. It's deeper than race too. It's way deeper than race. Way deeper than race. But anyways, let's also let me bring up the video that I saved. Here we have, I'm going to show you a video of a black female therapist. Her name is Dr. Raquel Martin, an actual her doctorate's like it's real, right? But here we're going to have a black female therapist that is going to call out Dr. Cheyenne Bryant for basically being a predator. and trying to cut corners by using pretty privilege. So this is some interesting stuff. I'm going to play it.
No longer practice under a license.
And
Right now I'm in private practice, I'm saying. And that's what people don't understand, right? So just to educate some folks a little bit.
Hello, my name is Dr. Rekha Martin. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist, professor of sciences, and podcast host who specializes in Black health and well-being. And I want to break down a clip from the Joe Budden podcast featuring someone who presents herself as Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. But before we dive in, I want to make something incredibly clear. Having a doctor does not mean someone is a licensed mental health professional. You can have a doctorate in literature and be unlicensed, and you are still a doctor. You can have a doctorate in education and hold an LPC, being a licensed professional counselor, and you are a licensed mental health professional. And you are still a doctor, but your doctorate is not in psychology. When evaluating anyone's credentials, it's really critical to look at two things: what their doctorate is actually in, and whether they hold a relevant clinical license.
Now, her license number, she has none. And then on top of that, her actual doctorates is allegedly from, the University of University of Argosy, a non-accredited, like the school it's defunct. So you can't even look up the records. You can't even look up the records. So even if somebody did graduate from there, allegedly, you can't even look up the records. So clearly this is a university that scam artists will probably use to be like, hey, I got my doctorates from Argosy. So just so that you can't look it up. You just got to take their word for it. And then and I think that the doctorates in and of itself is not even in psychology. I think it's in African studies or something like that. something crazy, something insane. But when you really start looking up the credentials of this alleged Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, you're like, where does doctor come from? Where did she actually go through the trials and tribulations? Did she actually get is she actually licensed? Did she go through the proper procedures? Did she go through the proper protocol? And it's clear that she didn't.
In this case, the person you're about to hear from is unlicensed. I'm going to break down why that matters and why this particular message is harmful, especially to the Black community that she claims to be serving and that I actually serve.
A license is really only needed so you can bill insurance.
That is incredibly misleading. Yes, you do need a license to bill insurance, but
that's only part of it. That's only part of, this is just only for insurance purposes. Guys, you would not let an unlicensed electrician work on your house, right? If you needed, like, if you had some power problems, if you had some some connection problems, you wouldn't let an unlicensed electrician, right? You wouldn't let an unlicensed plumber work on your plumbing, right? You wouldn't an unlicensed HVAC person. There's a reason why you have a license. But it's very interesting how she tried to flip it. Oh, you only, practicing therapists, they only have licenses just for the insurance part. Bruh, stop.
And why this particular message is harmful, especially to the Black community that she claims to be serving and that I actually serve.
A license is really only needed so you can bill insurance.
That is incredibly misleading. Yes, you do need a license to bill insurance, but that is not why licensure exists. Licensure protects you. It means I have completed specific education and supervised clinical hours, passed rigorous exams, and I'm accountable to a regulatory board.
It protects the customer. It protects the average citizen.
If I breach confidentiality, if I cross ethical boundaries or harm you, you have somewhere to file a complaint and be sure that I'm held accountable. A license is not paperwork just for billing. It's a consumer protection. When someone drops or loses or no longer has a license, they're not solely avoiding the insurance hassle. They're also removing your recourse if something goes terribly wrong.
If you want them hoes, you know how them hoes be getting them BBLs by them unlicensed people in the DR, and then they can't sue nobody about it when they die on the operating table. That's a terrible. That's a messed up example to use. But anyways,
Find it by BBS, the Behavior Board Science Rules and Regulations and Ethics, and so it just opened up a whole nother floor in industry for me.
And she's also saying this like it's a good thing. I want to state something really important. Ethics codes exist to protect you from exploitation and boundary violation and providers practicing outside of their competence. When someone celebrates being free from ethical oversight, I want you to think of that as a red flag, a flashing one. It's a warning sign because those rules exist because real harm happens when they're not in place. So celebrating that you don't have to be accountable to that should be concerning to you.
As a therapist, two things: you can obviously make what you deserve, because therapy is real. We're giving everything we have in there, and we're unpacking shit, and we're helping you process through things. So it's
Notice the language that she's using. Make what you deserve. Nothing really about helping the people. She just thinks, it's what I deserve, my worth. Is she really trying to help the people, or she's just really trying to help herself?
not us sitting there with your effective therapist saying, "Tell me more." You should be unpacking, and you should be able to take somebody and drive with them to their goal.
And here's another thing. She keeps calling herself a therapist, and in most states, that's actually illegal without a license. You cannot.
But isn't that what Corey Holcomb was saying? Did he say that? It's like, isn't it illegal what she's doing to call herself a therapist, to call herself a doctor, and she's not actually licensed? And he's like, how is she getting away with this? Isn't this illegal? But you know, when Corey said it, they said that he hates black women. So that's we can scratch that.
Legally use the title therapist or provide psychotherapy without licensure. What she's describing now is coaching, and coaching and therapy are fundamentally different. Coaches help with goals and accountability. Therapists are trained to diagnose and treat mental health conditions, trauma and depression and suicidality and psychosis. If someone with untreated bipolar disorder or PTSD thinks they're getting therapy from a coach, they're going to be seriously harmed. These are actual conditions that go undiagnosed and untreated, especially within the Black community.
My clients, the truth is that in order to bill insurance, I have to diagnose you, and you only get about 6 weeks. In order for me to get 6 more weeks approval, guess what?
This frames diagnosis as something imposed on you solely for insurance purposes, and that's backwards. A diagnosis isn't a billing trick. It's clinically meaningful information that guides treatment. And the 6 weeks claim is also not accurate across the board. Now, I'm not saying that we should not be addressing insurance, because we need to rise up when it comes to insurance authorizations. Like, we very much do. That is a different video. But insurance authorizations vary widely by plan, diagnosis, and medical necessity. Many people receive months of years of covered therapy. And she's also making it sound like licensure forces short-term diagnosis-driven care. And that's just simply not how it works, as someone who is actually a licensed mental health professional.
Majority of people who know that in order to bill insurance as a therapist or a physician or a psychologist, psychiatrist, you have to diagnose. So what do they rather do? Pay out of pocket. And so when I realized that, I thought, well, okay, it may create a gap within our community, our Black community, who can't afford healthcare or afford mental health services.
I hear.
Oh man, slick way of words. But anyway,
the concern and the access problem is real. Her solution: unregulated, unlicensed coaching isn't the answer. And there are a wealth of licensed Black therapists, he, she, and they, Black-owned practices, sliding scale clinics, community mental health centers doing this work with their licensure intact, keeping their credentials because their clients deserve protection. The solution to healthcare access gaps isn't removing safeguards. It's expanding access to regulated care. It's providing more scholarships for people like us to get the training necessary. It's more support group. It's actually mutual aid, but it's not what she is stating.
I'm in private practice. I make much more money. It allows me to have more leverage and really be hands-on with my clients. I'm not binded by BBS, the behavior board science rules and regulations and ethics.
And I want to be honest about what's really happening here, because the messaging is awful to me. The pitch to potential clients is, I can give you more personalized care. The pitch to herself is, I make significantly more money and I'm not bound by any kind of oversight. And those are two entirely different things. And when your financial incentive is disconnected from professional accountability, that is a conflict of interest. However, she is not bound by anything when it comes to conflicts of interest, because the only thing that she is bound by is the limits of her own ethics and morality. Look, coaching has real value, and y'all know I hold real coaches down. If you want goal accountability, a coach can help, but coaching is not therapy, and no coach worth their salt will say anything other. If you're dealing with mental health, like anxiety and depression and trauma and these other things, you deserve a licensed mental health professional whose conduct is subject to oversight. And I know it sounds like gatekeeping, but it's truly basic safety. And it's important in communities where access has been denied historically. The answer has never been fewer protections for us as Black people. It has always been more access to regulated, accountable care, because we deserve that. And I also want to address that it took me some time to think about doing this video, because as a Black woman, it's just been really, really tough for us as Black women. And as someone who states that they advocate for the Black community, he, she, and they creates programs for the Black community, is the founder of the largest mental health and education community for Black women in the country. I totally understand where we're at when I'm holding my programs and things of that nature. But I do want you to know that I always state that my Black love is also accountability. And being Black does not mean that when I'm dealing with other Black people, I'm pro-Blackness no matter what you do. That's just never going to be the case. So I don't want you to, I don't want to hear anything about like, oh, this is an attack on a Black woman. It's not solely, it was the aspect of supporting Black people was never about supporting just Black people no matter what they do. It's supporting Black people in love and also having accountability. And these messages are wrong, and they have been wrong, and they have consistently been wrong. And and as someone who has the size of a platform that I have, I think it's important for me to share psychoeducation and information because I understand the significance of it. And I understand the significance of it because I'm actually working in this field. This is a really harmful message. And I do understand that there's this aspect of like things are entertainment, but these things are harming us. And I know they harm us because I'm actually working in the field. I am a doctor who creates content, but I do want to state that when I say the titles in the beginning of my video, I'm actively doing that work. I'm actively conducting research on Black identity development and mental health and well-being of the Black community. I am actively practicing as a licensed clinical psychologist and see patients weekly and have been seeing patients for over a decade. I am actively a professor and working with youth. I am actively a health educator when it comes to training clinicians.
So this is interesting at this point. Here's the thing though. I wouldn't hire her as well. As much as I agree with her in terms of Dr. Bryant being a predator and using, the guise of trying to quote unquote help the Black community, and she's using that as a shield, to shield her way from being held accountable to the community, from other therapists, to people of the law. I do agree with that. But when it comes to therapy in and of itself, I wouldn't hire her as well. When it comes to therapy, there's going to be a couple of questions that I'm going to have to ask you. Like you need like I believe as a person, if you are going to hire a therapist, I think it should be well within your right to question the therapist before the therapist gets to work on you. And one of the questions I would have asked, in my mind, she would have failed already. And I'm going to tell you why in just a little bit. In just a little bit. And I hope you guys caught it.
And cultural humility so that they can serve us better. And I think one of the reasons why a lot of individuals will say it's not that deep or state that it's just entertainment is because one, you think mental health in psychology is just folk wisdom, and it's not, it's a science. And two, you guys are very insulated from the field that you claim to be discussing because you don't work in that field and you haven't in quite some time. But as someone who walks into the offices and sees the clients and goes to the talks and does the community programs, we are struggling. And these little entertainment only pieces that are spreading misinformation, you're doing more harm for the Black community than you know. And the reason why you don't know is because you're so insulated from the Black community.
This is true. I do agree with that.
You just sit in front of these mics and you make all these money and you do all these Patreons and you wear these crazy hats and you do all that. But I would actually say I don't see these kind of places as pro-Black. I don't. And the only way you would know that is if you did the work that I do. And you're never going to, because one, you're not qualified. And two, it would break you down. It would break you down every single day. I've never heard so many people saying licenses and degrees didn't matter until more Black people started getting licenses and degrees.
That's an interesting point. But let me see if I can bring it to the part. But I remember in the middle of her tirade, in the middle of her lecture, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, she said something where I was like, whoa, hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. You're not going to sneak that one past me. Let me see if I don't know if I'll be able to find it.
And she's also making it sound like someone who is active.
Bill insurance within our
concern and the access problem is real. Her solution, unregulated, unlicensed, and are a wealth of licensed Black therapists, he, she, and they.
Right there. So this is this is where I know it's a small thing. But once I heard that part, I was like, whoa, hold on. You're not sneaking that past
Isn't
me.
the answer. And there are a wealth of licensed Black therapists, he, she, and they, Black-owned practices.
Whoa. What you mean by that? He, she, and they. Whoa. What you mean about that? What you mean? He says she says there's a wealth of licensed black therapists, he, she, and they. Now that's where you're gonna lose me. I am not getting no therapy. I don't care how good they are. I am not taking therapy from somebody that refers to themselves as a they, as a them, or the person is a he and he refers to himself as a she, or somebody that is a she but refers to themselves as a he, or somebody that refers to themselves as a he but you can also refer to them as a they. I am not taking therapy from anybody that even acknowledges something like that. So yeah, I'm not taking no therapy from Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. That's obvious. Right? But this is also why I'm just not pro therapy at all. You know, I think that whole industry is just fugazi, you know. And one of the questions I would ask my therapist, do you acknowledge what do you acknowledge yourself as? Do you are you a he or are you a she? What do you refer to yourself as? And if he or she starts giving me some long ass answer, nope, you cannot do therapy on me. Oh man.
Unlicensed coaching isn't the answer. And there are a wealth of licensed black therapists, he, she, and they, black owned practices.
No. Oh. that's my only I'll say that would be my only how do I say it? That would be my only drawback. I don't like that use of language, but overall she has a wealth of points, and what she's saying, that doesn't just apply to just therapy, that applies to life. There's a lot of people out here, you know, they try to trick the common folk by saying they don't need their licenses, they don't need their proper registrations and stuff like that. And really, they're just using that as a shield so they don't have to pay extra money, so they don't have to go through the discipline. You know, they don't have to, do what's needed, in terms of the requirements. So there is a point to what she's saying, but especially when it comes to scam artists like Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. You know what I mean? So Fam Nice says a license is not a huge deal like that. If you move to another state, it's not even usable, simply just another layer of getting money. So you would take therapy from somebody like a Dr. Cheyenne Bryant with no, you know what I mean? Like you would it's not forget the license. You would take therapy from somebody, that has no license. And let me give you a reason why that this license thing might be important, especially in her case, because she doesn't have a license. It's not the reason why she doesn't have a license is not because she's trying to help people and she has an unconventional way of helping people. She doesn't have a license is because she doesn't have she did not have the discipline to stay in school and actually do it the right way. She's a scam artist. But anyways, that's why it's not because I'm trying to help people out another way and this is no. She doesn't have the discipline. She's not disciplined enough. He said, yeah, this woman's still calling herself a therapist. Yep. Pyro says the they/them people are weirdos and are just very horrible people. Salute to B. Watkins in the chat. B. Watson says, LOL, at my job, I'd be hitting on this chick, and this old white woman wanted to set me up with this ex-coworker who is a single mom, and while nice, at least the other chick isn't a single mom. Yeah, I don't know what it is. People will try to set you. It's like, damn, how do you they really be looking at dudes? They have no respect for dudes. They will set you up with chicks that are single moms. mental health head cases, mental cases, and they just think you're just supposed to be happy with the setup. And you're like, why would you set me up with a chick like that? They just look at you as a man and just be like, oh, I have the perfect woman for you. And they literally set you up with a head case, or they set you up with you'll be 30 years old and they'll set you up with a 32-year-old single mom of 5 and talk about, I found the perfect woman for you. Like, I don't know why a lot of women do that. You're just like, why would you do that? Like, like, damn, you think that low of me? Like, I remember when I was working at Home Depot at one point, they tried to set me up with this one chick that I knew of in high school, but the reason why I avoided her is because she's crazy. Like she is a legit head case. I used to tell other female coworkers, "Hey, bro, don't give her a ride. Don't give her a ride home because she's gonna drag you into things that's not something that you don't want to be a part of, right?" But they thought, oh, this is gonna be the perfect. I'm like, why would you think me and her would be the perfect pairing? Like I'm like, this chick is literally mentally unstable. But I remember being offended at that time. But then I remember back in the day, me and two other coworkers it was me, a chick, and this other dude. We try to set up this guy that works at he worked at the Chinese store next to where we were working at. And we set him up with a young lady that was a mental head case, and she had kids. I think she got like 3 kids with like 2 different dudes. And we set him up with this mental health case, and he was actually happy with, like, he didn't mind going out with her, but she ended up going crazy on him, and he had to move his job. He had to leave his job to avoid being with her. And I remember thinking back, I'm like, damn, we ruined him. I'm like, we literally set, but we, at the time we were 19. I was 19. The girl was 20. The other dude that was with was my age. He was 22 or 23 or something like that. He was a little bit older than me. But yeah, we set up this 26-year-old female to be with another 27-year-old dude. But the guy, he was a chill dude, but we set him up with a mental health head case. But we were just like, hey, she's cool, right? We thought it was cute. We thought they would look cute together without really taking his mental his mental space into account. And then I remember, like, even I remember messaging the girl. I was like, yo, we going to hell, man. I felt so guilty. Ainsley's in the, I don't know if Ainsley's gonna pop up, but Ainsley can actually confirm this story. Like, I felt so bad about that situation. I was like, man, we going to hell, yo. we literally set this nigga up. His name was Greg. That's what I remember. I remember his name is Greg. And we set him up with him, and I was like, "Oh my God, here I am. I'm mad at my coworkers trying to set me up with this one chick, but here I am. I did the same thing with this poor brother." And at least with my coworkers, when they try to set me up with the girl, at least she didn't have any outside kids, But man, I remember literally making the group chat with the girl. I was like, yo, we going to hell, bro. We fucked this dude's life up. he's the only, because he was a black dude working at a Chinese store. And like, Chinese people, like, they don't be always hiring black people like that. And we put him in a situation where he had to literally leave his job because the bitch is crazy. Man, I'm sitting there like, I remember thinking, I'm like, damn, we fucked this guy's But I was 19 at the time when we did this. I was either 19 or 20 years old. And oh my God. I was like, God damn. We fucked this guy's life up. I'm like, I hope he doesn't hate us, man, for doing that shit. Because we were just trying to set up our homegirl, and in our case, the girl, she was our OG, kind of, right? She was a 26 or was it 27-year-old, right? She was I think 27 or 26. And she was our OG. She was the one, making the jokes, making the raunchy jokes, making us laugh, and doing all that. And we're just like, oh man, let's set up our homegirl with dude that work at the Chinese spot. Man, we fucked this guy's life up. So yeah, it is what it is. At the end of the day, it's up to you as a man to be like, look, I know you guys are setting me up with this chick, but I don't have to accept this. Like, even like when I was remember that I was talking about when I was at the church, and I think they try to use that girl, the chubby girl, to keep me around or something like that. Or she said, I'm looking for a husband or whatnot. I don't, maybe they kept trying to infer some shit, but I was like, nah, I'm good. I'm good on it. I don't know. They just look at certain dudes and they just be like, oh, I have the perfect chick. They never set you up with like a real like baddie, or they don't ever set you up with a real chill chick that got no kids and that's pretty. It's not even like you don't have to set me up with a pretty chick. Can you set me up with a mentally stable chick? Someone that's mentally stable and that has no kids and that's in shape. Is that too much to ask for? A mentally stable chick with no kids with other men and that's in shape. Doesn't even have to be, like I say, it doesn't have to be gym shape, just not fat. Is that impossible to find? But most co-workers or other people, they will set you up with the complete opposite. Literally set you up with a mentally unstable woman, a bitch that been ran through and got kids from other dudes, and they will set you up with that slore. And then act like something's wrong with you for being like, nah, I'm good. I really hope that church didn't really try to set me up with that one chubby chick. I'm like, damn, that's like, imagine trying to getting a man to stay at a church, or try to you're trying to get men to stay at an institution. Shouldn't you be trying to use like actual pretty chicks that can actually give you the illusion of, oh, I want to stay around? Crazy work. They don't even it's like they don't even care what men want, bro. Absolutely wild. B. Watkins, sorry to go on a tirade there, but that brought me, that gave me something to think about. B. Watkins also says, unfortunately, the simp blight is infecting me. I need to meditate and read the litany of Undead Chronicle of Eno. Of they shall know no simping. Even my homie Dr. Umar is more of a doctor. When I am clearly hitting on a chick who is single, has no kids, and I vibe with. Look, I'll say this. Let me tell you. I'll give you a little insight. I'm working part-time at a spot right now for a little bit of extra money in the mornings. And I don't want to be too specific. But the spot they got me working at, it's from I think it varies from like it's either a 6 to 2 or a 7 to 3. I'm taking those extra what's it, these morning shifts just for some extra money before the World Cup, so I can have some money, a little bit of some extra money, because during the World Cup I'm not going to work. That's what my goal is. I'm not going to work during the World Cup. I did the same thing in 2018 and I did the same thing in 2022. So I'm doing the same thing here now in 2026. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this because of the train prices. I was hoping to chill in here. But anyways, I'm working at a spot and bro, it's baddies. Well, let me not say it like that. It's all Hispanic broads. So it's literally pretty Latina chicks or pretty older Latina chicks. It's literally pretty Latina chicks in their 20s, pretty Latina chicks in their 30s, pretty Latina chicks in their 40s. I'm not joking. This is, if I'm lying, I'm dying. That's the spot I'm working at part-time right now. On top of my main job, right? So literally that's what I'm just doing that just to get a little bit of extra before the World Cup. I always do this, by the way. But it's literally pretty Latina chicks in their 20s, 30s, and 40s. All of them damn near all of them got body. Even the ugly ones. All of them got body. All of them. Damn near all of them. Even bro. And it hit me earlier today. It hit me earlier today, bro. I was literally, I really took a good look around for a little bit. I was like, what the fuck? I am surrounded. It's probably like me and two other dudes at this one spot. Most of the dudes at that warehouse, most of them are working in the receiving area. I'm actually working where the chicks are, but bruh, I don't know what it is. They got this. I don't know why they think it's a good idea in terms of the attire they wear. I'm talking about they're coming in with yoga pants, bro. And it's just, I'm talking about their appearance, the clothing that they're showing off everything. And no, this is not Amazon. This is like one of these, like it's like a smaller company that actually pays their workers a living wage. You know what I mean? But you're just like, bro, what the I'm like, yeah, hell no, I can't do this. I literally said, thankfully, thankfully I'm only doing this for 2 months. Because I don't think I can handle that. I'm gonna mess up. I'm gonna slip. I'm gonna slip. If I stay there longer for a month or two, I'm gonna slip up. Now, thankfully, they got me working with basically the MILFs, so it's not too bad. It's not too bad, but they literally it's killing me. It's literally killing me. Dude, I remember I was walking, I was walking like straight. I think I guess to get what's it, some framing, whatever, I don't know what they call that shit. I don't know, some just getting some framing, and then I was just at that station for a little bit, and I'm talking about 2 or 3 of the chicks working in the front come through. They're going on their break. All of them yoga pants, And I'm talking about it's showing off everything. They're in shape, bro. In straight shape. Then I got to go back to my workstation where I'm working literally right next to one of the MILFs. She took off her shirt because she was feeling hot and she got body. I was like, oh my God. Man, I felt like, remember when Uncle Ruckus was breaking out in a sweat? Remember when Uncle Ruckus was breaking out in the sweat in the Boondocks when those white girls were running around? That literally happened to me this morning. I haven't felt that way in a minute. I ain't even gonna hold you. I have not felt that way in a minute. I was like, yo, I can't do this for long. I can't. If I do this for any more than a month or two, I'm shot. I'm freaking shot. But yeah, right now I'm trying to stack up all my money because then I'm on top of that I'm doing the Sundays right at the church that I'm working in. So because I'm not the MD at the church. I'm just one of the musicians, but they're basically giving me the work that they're basically giving me is basically like I am the MD. Well, no, actually, that's very irresponsible to say. I'm basically the ultimate musician at that church because there's no bass player, there's no guitar player. It's just me and a drummer. So I got to do the keys and the bass. So they're asking me to do a lot, right? So I got to do that, and then I also got a couple casino gigs lined up for me basically every other week. So I'm good. And then I obviously have my customer service job. In this season at this point, they got me doing 11 to 6. I think 11 to 6, 11 I remember during Christmas we were doing 11 to 7s, right? But most of it is remote. So I don't have to do a whole bunch of traveling back and forth, right? So now everything is kind of stacking up, and now I'm back to what I was making in 2023, where I could remember in 2023 I could just do live streams, I could just do videos all the time. 2024, because I had the time and the money. So now I'm finally getting back into that groove, but unfortunately it's taking me to stack up a couple of jobs to do that. But I'm finally getting back into I'm finally getting right back into my groove. But yeah, at that spot that I'm at part-time, it's not gonna work. It's too many baddies. Too many baddies. Specifically the department I'm working at is literally all women, bro. It's literally all women. Most of them can't speak English. Like it's crazy. Like, nah. Well, they can. It's just not the best English. And I'd already told you what my dream woman was. I told you my dream woman is probably a girl that can't even speak a lick of English. And I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. This is the first job where I'm like, I'm struggling to stay focused. I'm really struggling to stay focused. I'm like, yo, I can't stay focused. Because there's these man. I know there's just one chick though at this job. Basically, every time I see her turn around, I'm like, good Lord. Where's that Uncle Ruckus video? Let me find it for you. I'm gonna find that Uncle Ruckus video. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find that Uncle Ruckus video. Uncle Ruckus breaks out in sweat when talking about white women. No, I think it should be Uncle Ruckus, white woman jogging. Nah. Yeah, white fever. That's what it is. That's the white fever clip. Let me see if I can just right here. This is where it is.
What you done done? Just a pool of sweat around your ankles and a deep sense of satisfaction. Give me a minute, Robert.
You look like you need.
That was literally me. That was literally me this morning, right here.
Lord have mercy. And after that, it's over. Teeth white nectar. Oh, Lord have mercy. And after that, it's over. You wake up and you don't even know what you done. Just a pool of sweat around your ankles and a deep sense of satisfaction. Give me a minute, Robert.
You look like you need to take 5.
That was literally me this morning. I ain't even gonna hold you. I was like, it's too early. I'm like, it's too early for me, man. It's too early. Hell nah. He said, bro, we all make mistakes, but dang. Yeah, nah, in terms of, I feel so bad that we set up Greg with that mentally unstable woman. Like, looking back, like, if I was like me at my age at 27, looking back at me at age 20 or age 19, like, there's no way I would set up that brother with that man. Sorry, with that woman. No way in hell. No way in hell. At my age, knowing what I know now, there is no way I would allow that to happen. I would have gone out of my way and tell that woman, no, do not, find somebody else. Look, find somebody else. Don't ruin that man's life. How about I'll say this. If I was in high school, I would have told that woman to not go out with that man. Because in high school, I used to actually give advice like that. I used to be like, why would you? Like, I remember this one girl, she was complaining about her boy cheating. And I told her specifically in front of everybody else, I'm like, well, you're not going to find anybody else. You're not really looking for anybody else. So why are you complaining about this dude? I'm like, why we're always talking about that one dude? Let's talk about somebody. Let's talk about something else. So I don't know. Something was really wrong. So I don't know. Something mentally was really wrong with me. I think, from like ages 18 through I'll say 21. Something was wrong with me, really. Even though that was really around the same time that I was starting to watch Corey Holcomb and all these people. So it's really ironic because that was actually when I was getting a lot of knowledge and I was still doing these things, so it is what it is. He said, this nastiness is why I sub. Oh, man. Yeah, there was a time in 2023, 2024. I had a lot of time. I had a lot more money during that time. The gigs that I was getting musically was where it was really, I barely had to work. You know what I mean? Like, I was able to just do that. Like, there were certain spots that I was getting. I'm talking about like every week. I was guaranteed. Like, imagine like every week for a good 3 or 4 months, you're basically guaranteed how much? Basically around $400 to $500 basically every week from 2 days, right? So you'd have 1 or 2 of the gig days, or at least once a week I have a gig. At least once a week I have a gig. And on top of that, I would have my church that was paying me at the time when I was playing at a specific church every week. So basically that was a guaranteed $500 every week. Where I barely had to do anything. And then imagine if I'm like, imagine if I actually have 2 gigs or 3 gigs that week, then I'm set. And then on top of that, I could just check into my I don't want to say the job that I was working at the time, but I was making a decent wage, close to a teacher's salary, I'll say that, and I don't want to put a range on that. And then I had that, which was untaxed money, which I could just keep. You know what I mean? That helped tremendously. that really helped tremendously. And then I had the time that I had enough time. I had enough free time. I was in no debt. I was literally in no debt. I was straight. I was chilling. I was straight chilling in 2023, 2024. I was just able to put out the stuff. I was able to just put out whatever I needed to. You know what I mean? 2024 is interesting because I had a lot of opportunity but less money, if that makes sense. You know, people always say, man, you got to do this for exposure, do this for that. But money wise, I'll say in 2024, a lot went wrong for me too, money wise. And then on top of that, I remember there was one specific job that I messed up really bad. And that definitely took a toll. Where I lost a lot of money because of a mental mistake, right? Not like I said, it doesn't even involve women or a fight. It was a mistake I made at the job that I was so embarrassed, and I stopped coming to the job, and then that really set me back like. That set me back like 5 to 7 months. Thankfully, I was still gigging, but I wasn't gigging like I was like in 2023. That was like my best year in terms of gigs because I didn't have to gig much. I wasn't in a band at the time. I was just So, because the thing is, when you're not in a band, you don't have to, you don't have to practice, right? So in 2023, it was like I was doing country gigs. Then I had my church, and then I had this one, basically not a residency, but basically damn near close to a residency at this point, at this one spot where I was getting. It was literally one spot that I went to. I'm not gonna say the day, because people are going to know exactly what I'm talking about. I was getting 200 every week to go to that one spot for one day. And then on top of that, I would always get a call on Saturday from one of these bands that needed a fill-in. So then that's whatever it be. It'll be a casino gig or just a regular gig, maybe 250, maybe 300, maybe 350, somewhere around that range. Right? Or if somebody invited me to do a private gig, which is still low ball numbers. It's still low ball, especially the state that I live in. But for me, at the age I was at 25, 24, right? Yeah, 20, yeah, basically, yeah, 24, 25. I was like, oh, I'm chilling. I got this job right here. Boom, boom, boom. Do this, boom, boom. I don't have to be accountable to a band. I just get the call, and then okay. The only brand I had to practice for was the country one, and that wasn't even practice. That was easy work, right? So 2023 was easy work for me, man. Easy work. That's what I found out, that the country, the when it comes to the country scene, really is where it's at, But I got a plan. I got a plan to go back into the country scene. I got a plan. I got a plan for that. But anyways, Adam A. says, sometimes I wonder if God sent you there or the devil. Like, oh man, I really wish I could go back in time and fix that situation. I really wish I didn't do that to that man. That man did not deserve that. But anyways, let me go back on point. So it's interesting when we show, when we're talking about the black therapist here, her calling out Dr. Cheyenne Bryant for being a charlatan, her being a predator, her not using her license or her lack of using a license, or if one doesn't even exist, because she's trying to act like that she had it, but she no longer practices. No, she never had a license. So now let's watch Corey Holcomb's video from 2024, right? October 19, 2024. And let's see how much different is from what he was saying during that time to what this black female therapist is saying right now. Let's see how different it is. It's not even you're barely going to see the difference.
And I'm not gonna sit up here and act like, yo, what Dr. Bryant said and didn't affect my relationship with my baby mother, number one, baby mother, number two, or even with my situation that I'm with now. But what is to come from that is, I don't want my platform to be fake. That's
Well,
shit.
why would you call her a doctor, brother? I'm not saying your platform is fake at all. I'm just saying, when somebody say Dr. Bryant, it irks me. Where's her colleagues? Where's she a doctor at? Because I've done the research.
And it was what?
I don't see doctor nowhere. If somebody is a doctor, they will be proud to show you, I'm a doctor. She can't do it. She just says it. This is a fantasy that woman is living. I mean, like, you don't see everybody to see you, Sister Bryant. We know it's a girl you call your bodyguard, but we know it's more to it than that. You know what I'm saying? I'm out here in the streets. So I can't say what this girl is that you call in your little security sometimes, but you know what I'm saying? There's people who know y'all and they talk.
But even in that 1 minute, there's really no difference in what he's saying and then what she said here. No difference. But it's interesting the reaction at the time when Corey Holcomb said this about Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. It's just very interesting, the reactions.
So, and all this doctor stuff, I mean, come on. Where is the proof that you're a doctor? Can you just do that online? Instead of all of the glamour videos with all the makeup on and everything, show us you're a doctor and how you became a doctor and how you practice being a doctor. You're just doing internet talk like everybody else, except you wanted to put doctor on your name. Prove to me you're a doctor so I can eat crow and apologize. But don't come with that little nonsense online shit. That ain't gonna work on me. I know. And all that low vibrational women stuff. You used to work at the strip club, right?
These are facts. These are facts.
I would ask her that. She's talking about low vibrational women. And even if that was a time when she's not doing that now, she talked about the things that she's done to men and how she kicks up dust with men on purpose that so-called love her. And I never saw the end of y'all video until my girl showed me this. When you hit her with that 50 Cent shit and she was stuck, it was classic, but that's not promoted. Because she praised 50 Cent because there's opportunity maybe there for her. Now, this ain't no diss to 50 Cent. 50 Cent, you know.
And he's referencing the point where Dr. Cheyenne Bryant was talking about how black men with multiple kids with multiple women are creating broken homes. And Cam Newton had brought up the point. They were like, okay, so what do you think about 50 Cent then? And Dr. Cheyenne Bryant refused to call out 50 Cent for basically doing the same thing, but you were calling out Nick Cannon and Cam Newton to his face. But you didn't want to call 50 Cent a home destroyer, right? Or a creator of broken homes, because she sees that there's opportunities in the future with 50 Cent. So she doesn't want to ruin that potential money tree.
He walk up to her and like, as she said, he was like, you're amazing or whatever. We know how the game go, but she wouldn't say nothing bad about 50 Cent because that opportunity might not be gone yet. But when the opportunity with 50 is gone, she'll be calling him low vibrational and all that. Because I don't think she really like men. I think she like women because I've seen some evidence of that. Now this is what I said, I think. But women who run through men that she's with and she say she like, have you heard some of the stuff she said she did to the men that she was in relationships with?
No.
Yeah, I knew you didn't know that. I've watched that lady since I was on the show with her a long time ago. I was on the show with her with one of my homeboys, Zoe Williams. He had a show. And that lady, if her real story came out, she would be a farce, I believe. I don't think she's a doctor, and I'm putting it out there. I don't think she's a doctor. If I am, show me where you got your doctorate, and I would love to talk to some of your colleagues.
Where are your colleagues? Oh, man. Where are your colleagues? Classic. But I remember, like, if you look at the, like I said, all you gotta do is look at the comment section. People saying Cam Newton wrong. Onyx is saying not knowing that PhD is indeed referred to as a doctor, is saying it so loudly is embarrassing. She's missing the point. She's missing the point. Somebody said she could have been a bus driver. She still told him the truth. Nope, that's not true. People said a hit dog will always holler. Cam is hurt by what she said. He brought Corey in for a reason. And then, oh yeah, people were. I remember people at the time, they were trying to change the narrative and say that, oh, Corey doesn't know that a PhD means doctor. No, bro, she has none. Her PhD credentials are shoddy, to say the least. Like, and we're putting that very lightly. You know. Oh yeah, I remember somebody said, "Why is he so mad? She hit some nerves." No, they always be saying, like, anytime Corey Holcomb has a criticism, they always think that they're hating on them specifically, or they have an axe to grind. No, it's just he calls out the BS. He has a very low tolerance for scam artists, right? You know, Undead Chronic is the same way. You know, people will call Undead Chronic, you know, certain names and certain things. He just has a zero tolerance for grifting. He just has a zero tolerance policy for grifting, and whoever he suspects of doing that, he's gonna call him out. Or if their values don't align with what they're preaching, right? So when he was calling out Andrew Wilson, when he said that Andrew, he said Rachel Wilson's kids has ADD, all different dads. You know, people took it personally, but it's like, nah, it's just you gotta call out the nonsense when you see it. It's nonsense if you're an Andrew Wilson and you're a Rachel Wilson. You're talking about OnlyFans broads and them being 304s, and people need to be conservatives, but you're literally raising kids that are not yours. You took on Rachel Wilson when she already had 3 kids from 2 different dudes. I mean, their personal life is more secular than the so-called secular people. Why would I listen to you? Why would I listen to you? You know what I mean? But that's a whole other story for another day, right? By the way, you know, shout out to Corey Holcomb. You know what I mean? Shout out to Corey Holcomb. But these conservative debate me bros, I mean, these people cannot read the room to save their lives. These gotta be the worst people on the internet. Or I'll say this, one of the worst people on the internet. I'll go in on that later. Let me see what else they got to say about this, but let me take this off. And let me search something on Twitter in private. It says Suki Hana challenges Bobby Althoff. What the fuck? Whoa, hold on for a second. This is some interesting stuff. I'm gonna save this for another time. But let me search up the Dr. Cheyenne Bryant discourse again. It's just funny that now people are starting putting 2 and 2 together with Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. Let's see what else they got. Let's see what else they got. Uh-oh. 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 They said from discourse to action, a user filed official complaints against Dr. Cheyenne Bryant with the FTC and California Attorney General. He says she's not licensed, so she's not required to provide her clients with the HIPAA protections, right to confidentiality, etc. The school she says she got her doctorate from closed in 2019 and lost its accreditation. Dr. Cheyenne Bryant is not a doctor. So we can't even me just saying doctor. It's just it's laughable at this point. So it looks like people are putting two and two together. Oh yeah, by the way, a doctor does not dress like this. This is not a doctor, guys. This is nobody with this. There ain't no PhD dressing like this. This is a bust down for the game, right? Yeah, it is very interesting now. The women are finally calling her out for being a fake or for being a fake doctor. And you know it's bad when she basically has to come out herself and say, I'm not a real doctor. You guys are all mistaken. I've never in literally doctor is still in her name. She still uses the doctor word. That's wow. But anyways. Anyways. Enough about the Dr. Cheyenne Bryant situation. Something happened this week, which I warned you. I warned you guys about. I warned you. But before I even go into that, let me check the chat. B. Watson says, I will say this. This chick at work generally has me simping and feeling confident enough to talk to her. Ooh, just be careful about that. Just be careful about that. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. By the way, at my part-time, somebody gave me an approach already. Somebody already gave me an approach. Oh man, it was a slick way of doing it. It wasn't an outright approach, but they asked me to go somewhere. There's a certain phrase that certain women will use to see if would like to go out with them sometimes. It's a certain phrase they use. I'll let you guys figure that out. Yo, there's this hat that I be wearing sometimes. This is the second time I wore this, like the third time I wore this hat in public and I got approached. It's the same hat where when I remember wearing that same hat when I went to when I played at the college. There was this college I played at 2 months ago. And I said that this younger chick, she approached me. I had that same hat. I'm like, I don't know, maybe it's the hat. I don't know, maybe it's the hat. I don't know. Oh man. Yeah, it was like this little, this Juneteenth. Well, not a June, like it's not Juneteenth. It's like it was a Black History Month like related type of situation. And it was in February. And I got approached. Oh man. And I wish I didn't get approached because that kind of messed up the rest of the gig. Not me specifically, but we were playing with we had two keyboards. It was me and the other dude, right? There was really no keys 1 or keys 2, even though they wanted me to be keys 1 for that gig. But we were basically exchanging during that time. But the woman came up to me because she thought I was the MD. It wasn't really because of the playing. It was because I looked like I was actually in charge. I actually had like my system. I had everything was connected. The other dude that came in, his wires wasn't working, his keyboards wasn't working. I'm like, brother, you know what this is? I'm like, we specifically gave him, we had like, I think 20 songs lined up. He had 10 doing the main keys. I had 10 doing the main keys, so we split it evenly. We specifically gave him all the popular R&B songs that he can do. So there's no way he would have messed up. No way. And I said, okay, I'll just take the harder jazz songs that nobody really knows about. I'll just do the mains on those so everybody can stay happy. Whatever. You could take the what's her name? The Jill Scott songs, the Erykah Badu. You take that. You can't mess. Easy songs. You can't mess those up. I'll take the other ones. I'll take the jazz ones. I'll take those the jazz standards. Whatever. We'll do that. Boom. And he still was messing up. I had to take mains on the day of the show because his keyboard was messing up. So I hope he understands that's why people thought I was the MD that day. It was because his shit was messing up. But anyways, I got approached at that gig because they thought I was the MD. But that basically messed up the rest of the gig because when he would take mains, he was also trying to do my parts at the same time. I don't know why he was doing that. That was really weirdo behavior. But he did not need to do that. But I remember it was like during the last quarter of the show. I remember the drummer took me and the bass player outside, and he's like, "Okay, he's not on the gigs no more. We not bringing not breaking him." I was just like, "What can I do? What can I do? What can I do?" You know what I mean? But like the least you can do, like if you I think he's younger than me though. I assume he's younger than me. But bro, if you going, I remember trying to tell this one dude. I remember this one dude that's younger than me. I remember I was trying to tell him like, yo, look, if you are gonna start gigging, even though I don't recommend you start gigging, I recommend you finish school first, and then you can do some. And then after you're done with school, then you can start gigging full time, or sorry, part time, and then try to work your way up there. I told him like you got to be prepared. You got to make sure your sustain pedal works. You got to make sure you have your DI boxes for any occasion. Make sure you got your 1/4 inches. Make sure you got your XLRs, blah, 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 blah. And in his mind, oh, I don't need all that. Because he wasn't really trying to listen to all that. But I was just trying to tell him, like, look, you never know. You never know. Right. You know, you got people, they always trying to skip you're trying to skip steps because you don't want to be that dude at the gig where your shit is not working. And people are just looking at you. I'm talking about you start off the song. But I'm talking about you got wires that don't work, you got your cables. Like I'm looking at it, I'm like, his wires, it's his wires, they don't work. We had a saxophone player, got to give him his 1/4 inch so his stuff can work. I let him connect to my mixer so we could hear him through the mains. Like this dude brought it, like none of his stuff was working. That shit was crazy. Thankfully, I knew all the songs. So the certain songs that he was supposed to do mains on, I was able to kind of fill in. I was able to do those songs and then just not make us look crazy. I was just sitting there like, bro, Nigga, we trying to like, this is a college gig. We can't be looking crazy out here. B. Watson says, besides, she's giving me the go. If it doesn't work out, we don't even work in the same apartment. Didn't even interact with her till like 4 days ago, despite us working there for years. I don't know, man. I try to leave work when it comes to work. When it comes to work and hoes, I like me personally. Like if you're working at a Wendy's or something like that, if you working at maybe if you work like I said, if you're working at Amazon or one of these spots, okay, maybe. But I've seen drama even happen in those spots, so it's too risky. You know what I mean? Just me personally. So just be prepared. You know the risk. You know the risks. You know, I can't tell you what to do or what not to do, but just like I said, you know the risks. So whatever goes wrong, you can't be like, damn. You just got to be like, well, I knew the risks. Ellis is here, says, gives new meaning to pulling a rabbit out of the hat. He says, but maybe I shouldn't because I have been high on victories right now. God always gives me a decent win before humbling me for a good while. That's just life, though. B. Watson says, that said, I don't really have time to date. I only rest one day. Been grinding hard. Usually what happens is like when I actually need to stack my money, when I really need to stack my money, it's usually when I'm around broke is when bitches be trying to get at me. I don't know what it is about that. It's like, is when I'm actually in a comfortable place where I'm like, you know what? I actually don't mind dating right now. I actually have the money for it. Nope. It's for some, I don't know, for me, for some weird reason, is usually when I'm near broke or I'm at a spot where I need to be stacking my money, which is right now, where I need to be stacking my money. It's just like down that, then all of a sudden you start getting approached. All of a sudden, oh, you wanna go to Dunkin' together? Oh, you want some coffee? Hey, do you do this? Hey, do you? He's just like, damn, I just don't, I can't afford dating right now. I really can't. Even I remember, I was at oh yeah, I was at a funeral a couple of days ago, and I was just catching up with some old people that I used to go to church with when I was a kid and all that stuff. And she has her boyfriend. My brother has his girlfriend, and they're like, "Chris, where your girlfriend at?" I'm like, "Hey, look, I'm working on it." That's what I said. I'm like, I'm working on it, but really, I'm not. But yeah, it's like, I'll say for the past 2 years, it's like people been really pressuring me. Not necessarily pressuring me. Like, that's probably the wrong word. They've been like trying to like, yo, where's your you should have a girl by now. I'm like, hey man, you're right, I should, but I just don't feel comfortable. My body, my choice. My body, my choice. Right. Shout out to Pyro with the $2. No, hold on. Before he said Chris homies be bringing in some rinky dinky insurance. No, that's not my homie. That's not like, even me. I'm not like say if I need a replacement because I can't make every gig. If I need a replacement keys, I'm not calling him because you cannot sub in for me and be ass or your stuff is not working. Nope, I can't do that. That's way too much risk. Way too much risk. I got a reputation to keep. And my reputation is already taken a hit in certain aspects. Like I remember one artist, he said he was going to have a show and he never ended up having a show. Now, thankfully, I paid the musicians that were supposed to join me with that situation, thankfully I paid for their rehearsals, so they didn't really leave with a bitter taste, and they actually appreciated that I was willing to pay for their for the rehearsal time. But that still is like, bro, I promised them like a decent gig at a decent arena, and nothing happened with it because you was on some BS. And on top of that, that vocalist at the time, I'm not going to say his or her name, he wanted to do like 3 or 4 rehearsals. And I'm like, with the musicians that I'm bringing on, they only need 1 rehearsal. You'll trust me. They only need 1 rehearsal, and then the dress rehearsal, just to do sound check and whatnot at the venue. But he was saying that he was supposed to do a show at this arena. It's in Connecticut. It's a big arena in Connecticut. But he was supposed to do a show there, but he didn't have a date, and that really made me look bad. But thankfully, it didn't ruin me. That would have ruined anybody else. Like if there was any spot back, if there was any negativity to my reputation, even if it was a spot of negativity to that reputation, it would have been completely canceled if it wasn't for me having a 100% record. But ever since that situation, I'm like, I'm very careful on, okay, like, you want to work with me? Okay, we're going to do this like this. We're going to do this like that. I've been very careful ever since then. Right. And I hope I hope the person that hears this, I hope he actually watches this. I hope he doesn't take that as a diss. It's not Ainsley. It's not Ainsley. It's somebody else that I've actually mentioned on this channel before. But I hope they don't take that as a diss. I'm just saying, like, when it comes to business, right? It's a bad look. It's a bad look where you don't have a date, and then on top of that, you wanted these people to do all these rehearsals, and you didn't even have a date. You cannot waste musicians' time like that. You can't. You know what I mean? But that's a whole other story for another day. Pyro had the $2 super chat that I was supposed to read. So let me read that $2 super chat after this clip.
Donations. 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 Gifts. 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 More gifts. More gifts.
Shout out. Oh, hold on for a second. My bad. Let me take this off. Shout out to Power with the $2 super chat. He says, Chris, how long does it take to be good at piano? Anything you do, you need to practice, right? Anything you do, any instrument you pick up, you got to practice. There's no shortcut. There is no shortcut. Right. Let me see. B Watskins says, because there's no, I can't give you a definitive answer in terms of how long does it take to be good, because I don't really consider myself good yet. I think there's gonna be a time where I can say, oh, I can actually put my name up there, but it's a never-ending journey of having to improve yourself. A never-ending journey. B. Watkins says, I'm technically broke right now. I am in a weird limbo where I got no debt, but I also need to work hard. I mean, like in 2023, I was straight, bro. I had no debt. I was straight. And then even little credit card payments I could make, it was like easy work. I was like, pay that. My credit score was amazing. I'm talking about amazing. I should have taken advantage. And then like at that time, I should have taken advantage and really see if I could really live by myself for real in 2023, but I still have roommates. So you know what I mean? I still live with my brother. So even during that time where I could have really spread my wings, that was the perfect time to do it, but I didn't. Actually, the perfect time to spread my wings was in 2018. I was given an offer by one of my former high school. I had a high school, a high school mate of mine. He offered me a frat house, a room at a frat house. He said, "Dude, all you got to do is pay $600 a month. It's like it's a frat house. Everybody's there. All you need is it's 4 or 5 or 6 of us." He said, "My parents already basically paid for it. All you have to do is chip in $600 a month, and you're straight." That was my opportunity, low key. Because that would have been easy work. Looking back, that would have been easy work. That was in 28. Yeah, that was 2018 or 2019. And I was like, I can't do it. But it was literally, it was a UConn frat house. It was a very big UConn frat house. He was like, dude, I was like, don't I have to go to the college to be it? He's like, nah. All you gotta do is just go in there. The reason why he called me, because he knew I was gonna cause no trouble. Because you already know when it comes to, okay, who do I pick for a roommate? You know, I got my party guys, I got my this. I just need this one I just need one other person to chip in and not really bother us. That's gonna be me. So he's like, who do I know that I know for sure he's not gonna ask for nothing extra. He's not gonna smoke up our drugs. He's not gonna drink. I just need somebody that's just gonna chip in. Just be an extra wallet for us. Oh, I know who to call. He's not gonna fuck our bitches. Well, allegedly. Let's call this guy. Oh man. Anyways, he said eating out is too expensive, much less dating. Yes and no. It depends where you go. Like I remember when I went on in 2024 when I went on tour, there was these spots that the driver, he was finding these spots, these obscure 4.9 out of 5 stars spots where like they're doing like home cooking in the back and you're getting cooked food. And then on top of that, when we were in the RV, they had a stove, they had a microwave, but they never used it. Right. But they had a stove in there and they were actually like cooking, and they had ingredients. They had like vegetarian options. Like my stomach was great. Like I think I had one flare up. Yeah, I had one flare up on the tour. And that was because I ate one of those gas station donuts. And my stomach went into straight overdrive. But that was the only flare up I had. My stomach was feeling good that whole tour. Right. But you gotta find some of those obscure spots where they do home cooking in the back, basically, where the food that they're basically giving you is almost like it's home cooking. And because when I was on the RV tour, we went to only probably 2, like out of the 14 to 17 days that we was on tour, or what's it? The 21 days that we was on tour. We went to like one fast food spot, 1 or 2 fast food spots. One of the fast food spots was the Waffle House, because they I don't know if is Waffle House considered a fast food spot? I don't know. But anyways, they were Canadians. They wanted to know what a Waffle House was like. And I was like, wait, what time is it right now? They're like, it's 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. I'm like, oh, okay, it's still safe. Let's go. We went to a Waffle House we went to one in West Virginia, and I think we went to one in Alabama or Mississippi. I don't remember. I think it was Alabama. But I know for sure that we went to the Waffle House in West Virginia. West Virginia. All right, B Watkins says, "LOL, 5 items and you already paying up to $350." Pyro said, Chris Rod Wave is going to have a concert sponsored by Arby's." Yeah, he said it's up to how talented you are. He said, just keep hustling and grinding and keep shooting for your dreams and never give up. Jeremy Meeks. Oh man, it's all at the same time, especially when it comes to music. It's all about the connects, right? It's all about the connects. I just got that harsh lesson 2 weeks ago. When it comes to when it comes to music, it's really about the connects. It's not really, to be honest, it's not really about too much about talent. It's about who you know, and then especially if you're, it's the music industry is ran by a rainbow. But my goal is not necessarily to be. It's not to be like with the stars. It's just to be. Is to be like to be in a position where I can do pit musicianship. So like you have musicians that work in a pit and they'll do musicals and they'll do Broadway and stuff like that. I'm trying to study enough music so I can do that as well. And then on top of that, do gigs with the artists that I respect, like me personally, I want to, that would like be a dream come true if I were to do like a show with like Party Next Door or Drake, J. Cole, to be one of the musicians in one of these things. That would be like a complete dream come true. Even if it's somebody that I don't like. Like I remember we were like, there's one artist that we work that I'm working with. He opened up for what's his name? He opened up for the Locks. He literally opened up for the Locks last year, but I don't want to say his name. But we've been working with him, So the goal for me, the goal is to be somewhat in both worlds, and then use my experience in church, in these type of settings to improve my musical abilities, so I can provide more to the game. But yeah, like my goal is not to be like an artist. No. That's that's other people's dreams, right? I just want to be a studio session type of dude. That's my strength, and then help people, make music and help people like make hits and stuff like that. That's my goal. To just be in the background and still have all the connects, to be well connected, with everyone else, but without having to be in the spotlight. That's like the dream scenario, where I can just move with freedom without, and only the musicians know who I am. That's the goal, right? He says, sorry, Chet, I've been too weak and soft. I've been simping and being way too weak. I have to steel myself. Nah, we always be simping. We always be simping. Like even like at the part time I'm at, I'm like if thankfully it's a temporary position. Thankfully, it's a temporary position. Thankfully. If I had to stay there a little longer, I would have slipped. I know I'm not like I'm gonna do the best that I can, man. I'm gonna do the best that I keep telling you. Keep telling, man, Latinas, they can be a weakness of mine at times, especially the ones that can't speak English. Right? But It is what it is. I gotta keep focus. I gotta keep focus. I gotta keep focus. The World Cup is just only 2 months. Basically, yeah, it's a month away. World Cup is only a month away. World Cup is only a month away. Since you're fighting biology, it's tough, man. It was. Like I keep saying, I don't think men and women should work together, bro. I really don't. I don't think they should work together. They should be working together. Not on the regular. Not on the regular. That's just my opinion. It's just it's biology. It's just it's the reality. Dude, but I respect people that respect human nature, right? Like something I remember I saw something recently with some older dudes. It was some older men and some older women. They took a picture together. They were all former neighbors and all former friends of each other's, and they were taking a picture together. And it was great. It was the funny thing is, since even though they all know each other, they all know each other's spouses and all this stuff. It was funny when they took the picture together. All the women went to one side and all the men went to the other side, and it was just natural. It's just like they respect biology. They respect nature. They just respect how things look. So even and some of them probably used to fuck with each other. You never know, right? But they already respect. They have a respect for nature. They already have a respect for how things look. You know what I mean? So once they made the picture, all the dudes was basically together, and all the women. So when they all came together, some of the women were on one side, most of the men were on one side, most of the women are on one side, and then you probably had a couple of women that was next to a couple of the dudes, but they have a respect for biology. You know what I mean? So it was very interesting, to to see. People want to always, because people want to try to act like this stuff is normal. Like I saw a crazy video last month. I saw like a crazy video where it was a dude and a girl. They were cuddled next to each other, and the dude kisses the girl, and then they separate. And they're like, "Oh shoot, we're taking this too far." And the caption says, "When you and your platonic best friend take things a little bit too far." So I'm like, wait, so the cuddling is not taking things too far, but him reaching over and getting a kiss on the cheek is. I'm like, why y'all even cuddling? I'm like, is this what platonic friends are doing nowadays? Is this what I'm like, these what platonic friends are doing nowadays? I'm like, I must be really out of the loop. I must be really out of the loop, boy. Y'all in a bed together cuddling. What? People they just don't have a respect for nature, and they get shocked at the results for not respecting biology. Like when you take biology, simple biology into perspective, it actually everything starts to make sense. When we tell even because there's some very uncomfortable truths when it comes to biology. Even when it comes to when we talk about the true nature of men, right? The true biology of men, of what men want to do, and why men are always afraid of, women having their female, right? Their girlfriend having a male best friend, because they understand what true male nature is, right? It's very few men that are willing to talk about that side of things. But when you take into, like I said, you can't be afraid to talk about the simple biology, because then everything will be like, okay, this is why this happened, this is why that happened. So you always got to take human nature into account. For example, when we talk about, you got these broads out here, they like a broad will have a daughter, right? And then they'll marry another dude, and then they'll be shocked once that daughter hits a certain age. All of a sudden they find out that once the daughter was 16 or 17, that daughter was messing with the stepdad or something like that. Bruh, you like it's so funny because it's literally like they're shocked when something like that happens. I'm like, yeah, that's it's nasty. It's nasty, but biology, human nature. This is why when we do things, this is why we always say, look, let's have it husband, wife. Let's not be quick to just add different dudes into the mix, or don't be so quick to break things off with the father and all this stuff. Or if you are a woman, specifically if you are a woman, if you want to remarry with another dude, let the daughter or the son and the daughter move in with the dad, or move in with the dad's new family. You know what I mean? So this is these were the simple solutions of back in the day, because they understood human nature, real nature, biology, right? So let's go back to that the stepdaughter situation, the stepdad and the stepdaughter situation. You have women today, like, they're idiots. Like, they will say, look, I have my kids and I want you to marry me, but I don't want to give you a kid. I'm like, what kind of dude would even accept that deal? A dude that would accept that deal from you, you have to look at that dude and be like, that guy might potentially be a predator down the line. Because you're dealing with a dude. What? It's not in a man's nature to take care of another person's seed. It's actually a form of mental illness, in my opinion, for a man to do that, to knowingly take care of somebody else's seed that's like not a family member. You know what I mean? It's against his nature. So you have especially if you have a daughter at a certain age, and you think you could just bring in a man, just a random man in the situation, and you think because, the man helped you raise your daughter at a certain age, you think that's gonna stop anything? And people, like, even this type of this type of conversation here will I'm talking about, people will stop talking to me in real life if we have this. But this is just the reality. We talking about biology, nature, human nature, what men are attracted to, what men are naturally inclined to be with. Remember that Reddit story we showed you? Let me see if I can bring up that Reddit story. It should still be saved. Let me see if I can find that story. Remember that? Yes, sir. Let me see if I can do a quick copy and paste. Select all, copy, exit out. Let me see if I can share that story. Because that's just nature right here. I remember Akon was talking about this when I did that live stream. Akon was talking about this. Exactly. Pyro says she's definitely going to get cheated on, or she's going to attract a predator. Like, they'll say there's something wrong with us for not wanting to be with a woman with kids. But I'm like, shouldn't that be a green flag? Actually, shouldn't that be a green flag? But that's neither here nor there, But because women are just looking at things, because women, unfortunately, they're just looking at things as what benefits me. So they will put their kids in a situation with a predator. But as long as her life is easier, she'll look the other way. So you'll literally have girls be like, yo, Robert, or no, I'm not throwing shots. Robert came into my room. Your boyfriend came into my room last night, and then the mom will act like she didn't hear nothing. Like, and this is not uncommon behavior. These things will just happen, and you're just like, wow. But anyways, let me bring up that story when we talk about human nature, right? Human nature. Remember this story? I talked about this. She says, I, a 43-year-old female, have a daughter that's 22-year-old female, who I'll call Liv. My good male friend, who I call Adam, 42 male, has known my daughter since she was 7 years old. He would even babysit her for me and my husband, Steve, 46 male. My husband is disgusted and outraged just as much as I am. He says, I found out 3 weeks ago when my daughter hosted a party to celebrate her birthday. She said she wanted to do one day with her friends, and then the next with her family. She even took it upon herself to invite Adam, which confused me because I didn't give her his contact info. I noticed they were awfully close with each other, and it made me uncomfortable. The final straw was when I saw him caress the back of her shoulder, and then I confronted her in private about this. She said that her and Adam have been seeing each other for about 6 months now. I was extremely angry and reminded her that she has known this man since she was a child. Then she further went on to say she was an adult and could make her own decisions. I stormed out and I cussed out Adam for even thinking this was right. He fired back saying that she was capable of deciding what she wants. My husband got into the argument, almost causing a fight to break out. My husband and I left feeling ashamed of what had happened. It's now been 3 weeks and my daughter is still refusing to speak to me. I will not forgive Adam because I feel as if I don't truly know how long they have been messing around. For all I know, she may have lied about the 6 months and they could have had this going on since she was underage. The thought of it makes my stomach turn because if it is true, why didn't I notice? Everything was fine before I found this out, and my daughter was a very well-behaved child. I wouldn't have never imagined this. I feel as if I am a bad mother because what if there were signs she and him were involved while she was still a teenager? I do not know what to do and how to move forward from this. And remember when I went over this story, I was laughing my ass off because women like this are hilarious. I don't know, like women like this are so full of themselves. She thought she could just have this guy around because let's keep it a buck. That woman had that guy around to keep her she had that guy around to keep her husband in check. So she knew like that guy that she had babysitting her daughter, she knew that guy had feelings, for her, like she knew her male best friend had feelings for her. That's why she always just kept him around and probably treated him bad, probably talked shit about him around the daughter. And you know what happens eventually? Once the daughter got a certain age, the daughter started to remind him of the young lady that Adam fell in love with. So he probably developed feelings for her since he spent so much time with her. Once she reached a certain age, She was like, well, he was like, well, she basically reminds me of her, the daughter, because of the close proximity. It's not that she had feelings for her, but she probably always looked up to him, and that eventually turned into feelings. This is just human nature. This is biology. But the people of today, men and women, they're so full of themselves, they just dismiss biology. They dismiss human nature. They dismiss jealousy. They act like, oh, these are just these ancient concepts that have nothing to do with today. Bro, you must respect nature. Because if you respect nature, you would have never had Adam around your house to begin with. But I know what happened. In this situation, I know what happened. The mother probably treated Adam like shit. Like trash. You know how women treat their male friends. Like, come on, we all know how women be treating their male friends. Just awful. They just treat them awfully, right? Talking shit about him. Oh yeah, you can but guys like that, they never get over their one-itis. So they'll stay around in a situation, like they'll stay in the friend zone for 20, 30 years, stuff like that. She's like, oh yeah, you could just, I need a babysitter. So how about you babies? He's like, oh, okay. But what ends up happening, because in a situation like that, people talk about, grooming and all this stuff. No, there's a dynamic there, right? This is why you have to make sure you have the right type of men around your daughters, right? Because eventually that young lady is going to look up to that man. Even if that young woman is kind of like, I don't want to hang around this strange dude. Eventually, if he's around that young woman, that young girl for a certain amount of time, which the mother allowed, eventually she's going to look up to him. So that's how it ended up being. She ended up looking up to him. She ended up looking up to him like a leader, as her leader. And she probably ended up feeling bad for him, seeing how her mom treats him. And that's how they emotionally bonded. He has feelings for the mother. She felt bad for him. This is how they emotionally bonded. This is just nature, human nature. So once they came of age, when she reached past a certain time, because I don't think, I'm going to keep it a buck with you. I don't think he messed with her when she was a teenager. Now, when she was 18 or 19, I don't know. But when she was like 16, 17, 15, no, I don't think he did anything with her. That's just my opinion on that. I could be wrong. But I think when she hit 19, 20, that's how they emotionally bonded. They already had a mutual liking towards each other, and that emotional bonding of, damn, my mom treats you like crap. Yeah, she treats me like crap. At least you don't treat me like crap. You actually remind me of your mother during a different time. Your mother used to do this. Oh yeah, but I'm better than my mom. Oh, okay. Okay, prove it. Okay, this is just human nature. This is biology. Just simple biology. But the mom is so full of herself, she thinks she has the leverage until she realized she didn't. You literally gave that man access to mini you. For how long? And she thought she had the leverage. Human nature, biology. B. Watkins says, things like this is why I don't trust any compadres, best friends. Pyro says, she's a horrible mother. Adam A. Deuce said, 22-year-olds can vote and take out huge student loans, but she cannot date who she wants. Yeah, because at the same, that emotional bonding turned into feelings for each other. That's all. That's all. A lot of these things are very simple explanations. It's very simple stuff. She probably grew a resentment towards her mom because of the way that she treated him. You know how shit, like, bro. People think there's just like one way for women to catch feelings for a man, or for one way for a man to catch feelings for a woman, or they think that an attraction can't grow. An attraction can grow, and not only it can grow, it can blossom. It can go even crazy, where you'll have like, there's certain people they'll be with each other, and then there's nothing really there, but then something happens where they bond, and then they become inseparable. Right? These things happen. Like, how about this? I'll give you an example. Right? This is why it's very important that you need to be really, this is why guys they'll be paranoid about what kind of guys are around their daughter, right? So let me give you an example, right? When I was playing soccer, especially if you're like in an all white community, if you're not like a joking type of ninja, if you're not a ninja that makes people comfortable to be around, people will be kind of wary to be around you, right? So I remember I was at a specific soccer camp, and particularly the young ladies that was playing with the boys, they probably felt a certain way about me, like, oh, who the fuck is this guy, and blah blah blah. But eventually, the more that they saw me play, the more they trusted me with the ball, the more they passed me the ball. Now, by the end of that summer camp, not only were they passing me the ball, they were literally asking me questions on literally how to play. By the end of the camp, they looked up to me. By the end of the camp, they wanted me to do everything. They wanted me to be the captain. They wanted me to do this, and stuff like this. This is when I was like this was right before my junior year in high school, right? Because they saw me be physically dominating, physically playing technicality wise. But it took a minute, because I'm rough around the edges. I don't make no, I don't hide that about myself. I make it very, I'm a difficult kind of guy to be around, especially when I was younger, because I didn't smile with nobody. I'll say especially when it came to Caucasian folks, I didn't smile with Caucasian folks at all. When I was in high school. But by the end of the camp, every time he'd be, Chris is here, and all this shit. And they didn't even want to look at me in the beginning of the camp, right? But that's kind of what happens. You'll have somebody that comes in, and then by the end, now everybody's looking up to me. Everybody's now, you know what I mean? They respect my leadership. They respect where I'm coming from. I don't have to say anything for them to. I just gotta look. Back in the day, back in the day, I had issues, bro. Yeah, I had really, man, motherfucker didn't give me the ball. I would just look at him like how Michael Jordan back in the day would look at the refs. Motherfucker didn't look at you. The girls would be mad at certain dudes if they wasn't passing me the ball. This shit, you know. But that's what happens. Sometimes it takes a while, and then not only does the respectability grows, it turns into just full blown out. You're the guy now. You're the man. Right? Now, unfortunately, men that are in these situations that are not right in the head mentally, they take advantage of that situation. And this is where prison time is needed for people like that. This is where, this is why we have to talk about things like this. This is how these things happen. You have these dudes in these positions of power or these positions of influence, and when they have the female's trust or they have the young girl's trust, they take advantage of that trust. Right? So this is why you have to really vet. This is why also women are very careful on certain type of dudes, especially certain types of dudes that they don't know, because they don't want to give you that assurance and then you take advantage of the assurance that they give you, right? So that's a whole other story for another day. But we must respect human nature. We have to respect biology, and women that put their kids in a position where they're always around different types of dudes, they have zero respect for nature, and they have zero respect for the repercussions of putting their kids, their little boys, their little girls, around all these different type of dudes that they didn't do no vetting for. B. Waska says the issue is women don't think they're simps that can move on. Yeah, she was shocked. And then on top of that, what really was happening in this situation with this Reddit story, she was really jealous. She was just like, wow, I don't have this guy on the string anymore. My daughter took my simp away from me. That's really what it is. With that story. But it's definitely one of the funniest stories that I've seen, because that's how I saw it. Oh man. you gotta respect me. I don't know, you got these bitches be in their 40s and they think that you can defeat nature, where they'll talk about dudes have ED. Nah, dudes don't have ED. Yes, they might have ED for their 46-year-old fat wife, but you put that same dude around a hot 19-year-old, not 20. She don't even have to be 20. She could be 29. Put him around a hot, ready to go 32-year-old. All of a sudden, he's at attention. All of a sudden, no more ED. I've always said there's no such thing as ED. That's just something. Look, because if the man is attractive enough, he's gonna make it work. He's gonna make it work. These bitches don't, remember Leslie Jones was complaining about how men are not fucking her good enough and stuff. I'm like, Leslie, you're not an attractive woman. You're in your 60s. First of all, you're in your 60s, and then number two, you're just not an attractive woman. I'm talking about at all. She got no body. She's ugly. She got no hair. I mean, there's literally nothing about you that's attractive. Now, of course, men will put their dick in anything, but that doesn't mean that they're going to be at their best performance. But that's a whole other story for another day. Before I leave, I do want to, there's a situation that I warned you guys about, right? There's a situation I warned you about where you have these, unfortunately, you will have young girls who are 13, 14 years old that will be in full relationships with grown men. They'll be 13, 14 years old. I told you this. They'll be 13, 14 years old with like with a guy that's like 19, 18 years old, 20 years old in this case with David, right? Celeste was, so in this situation that I'm showing you right here, right? Celeste Rivas, she was 13, and I think David was what, 21 or 20 years old, right? And this is some interesting stuff. This is what I wanted right here. They said investigators uncovered a text Celeste Rivas sent to David protesting their sexual relationship. They also found photos of Celeste naked in his phone and engaged in sexual activity when she was 13 years old, right? They said one of the texts that they saw in here was this: all we do is have sex and just hang out. Man, I want more than that for myself. Now, the reaction to that specific text was very interesting to me, right? It was basically everybody was like, why is a 13 or 14-year-old telling a grown man she's more than sex? It's almost like seeing a text from a 20-year-old, right? Where, you know, you'll have like a 20 or 21-year-old, you know, texting her situationship, or so all we do is have sex. We don't hang out. We don't do nothing. And people say that's crazy to see a text like that coming from a 13 and a 14-year-old. And I'll say this, you guys are right. That is crazy work. But I told you this stuff was happening. I told you guys this stuff happens a lot more than you think. And for some reason, I will say this. People might be mad at me with this statement, but I'll say this. I don't understand why people find this shocking. That they would find a text from a 13-year-old to a 20-year-old saying this, man, all we do is have sex. We don't, guys, most young women, when they're losing their, when they're having sex at that age, they're not having sex with dudes their age. They're not. I don't know why people are shocked about this. I don't know how many times I had to say this, especially when you're talking about a young girl. I don't want to say young lady. That's crazy. When you're talking about a young girl at 13, 14 years old, she's probably messing with a dude that's like 17 minimum. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. It shouldn't be that way, but this is what be happening. And because when I say something like this, people say it shouldn't be like this. So they end up ignoring the signs right underneath. I'm talking about right underneath their nose. Because I've seen this happen in real life. This is why I bring this stuff up. I've seen this happen so many times. I have a situation. I'm talking about a personal situation where I saw a young girl that I knew growing up. She got pregnant at 15 or 16 years old. And she said that the baby belonged to one of the guys her age. Lo and behold, the guy was never the father. And she was actually protecting the real father. And the real father was like 23 years old. He was a church musician. So she was 15. The guy was like 22 when they were messing around. Probably even younger, unfortunately. And she was protecting him. And people are like, yo, what the fuck? We sitting there, we putting all this shit on this guy, but meanwhile, this guy was we say that these things shouldn't happen. Duh. And people shouldn't be stealing cars. But this is the shit that happens. And once you start figuring out these young girls are getting active with people that they should not be getting active with, you'll be like, okay, like once your daughter turns a certain age, you'll be like, okay, bitch, hand me your phone. You'll be like, hey, yo, for real. Once you understand what the reality of this world is, you'll be looking at you'll make sure, because people always try to make sure that these sons are in check, but they never really make sure that their daughter's in check. And by the times the daughters get in check, they're not really. It's not the dad putting the daughter in check. It's like the mom trying to put the daughter in check when they find out that she's gonna keep the kid by the drug dealer boyfriend that she has no business being with. You know, the meth head that she decides that all of a sudden she wants to keep the kid with the meth head that she had no business being with, and then that's when the mom's gonna be like, no, what are you doing? The daughter's 14, the meth dealer's like 26. Just like, what the like, how did this happen? But to see a text thread like that, that's not uncommon. It's not. It's unfortunate as hell, but it was a lot of people in the comments saying, damn, why is a 13 to 14-year-old saying this? You know, but that's the reality. That's the reality. Now, in the case of David, right, with this man specifically, they said that they found like a whole thing of child pornography on his PC or something. They said they found like 2 terabytes of CP on his phone. I was like, how is that even possible? How? But unfortunately, when you have money, people will look the other way. And Celeste Rivas, particularly her family, clearly they were paid off by David and his constituents, because David also had people around him that enabled his behavior. There's a video on Twitter, on Instagram, where you can hear his friends saying, "Are you still dating the minor?" I'm talking about a full blast for everybody can hear. You literally hear his people say, "Are you still dating the minor?" So his camp knew what he was doing. Everybody knew what he was doing. His Celeste Rivas friends knew what she was doing, what he was doing, but nobody wanted to do anything because everybody got paid off. All those morals and ethics and what they would do when they see a predator and what they're gonna blah 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 blah, and black dudes can't be around my Mexican women and all this stuff, it all goes away when money's involved. Oh my God in heaven.
Good Lord have mercy. Huh? Hallowed be thy name.
Man, this is some interesting stuff, man. Isn't that interesting? All that stuff goes out the window. He said nasty work. He said 2 terabytes. I'm like, how you get 2 terabytes of CP? 2 terabytes? How? But it's interesting. The more that they unravel the case, the more they're showing the enablers, the amount of enablers that he had, including her family. Her family is trying to, basically, the way that they're showing it, her family is basically trying to play dumb at this point and trying to act like she had no idea why she was hanging out with the dude. Okay, if your daughter's at a certain age You should already know what it is. Respectfully, you should already know what it is. There's if you have some famous celebrity, male celebrity talking about, oh, I see something in your daughter, and she's like 13, 14. I want why don't I just want your daughter to travel on the road with us? I mean, you guys don't have to come if you I prefer you guys not to come. And don't worry about how much is your little mortgage payment? How much? Here's just forget. These niggas. These niggas Celeste they sold their daughter to that nigga. People will sell their kids to a predator for a fee. They will sell their daughters to a deviant. They will sell their sons to a pedophile. Only because the dude got a little bit of fame, he got a little bit of money. It doesn't even take much. This is some interesting stuff, man. Some interesting stuff. You can't make this stuff up. But people, you guys got to look into this story is crazy. Somebody said throw her whole family away. I don't care, because if I have kids that are 13 like her and they don't pick up my call or are gone for hours or more before a day, I will lose my mind. Somebody said they need to hang him by his nutsack at this point. Don't even bother with a trial. Look, I'm gonna keep it a buck. People will say, he needs to be this, he needs to be that. Look, if you guys really cared, y'all would have already done what needed to be done, because there's only one solution for a person like a David. There's only one place. There's only one thing to do to a person like that. And for some reason, people just don't have the balls to do what needs to be done. They just like to talk about it on social media. But it's interesting. It's very interesting how he was able to move. They literally have a picture of this guy passing off money to her friends. And it looked like everybody knew what was going on. It seems like everybody knew what was going on. His followers knew what was going on via Twitch, via Kick. Everybody knew what was going on. Somebody said a day before Celeste was allegedly deleted on April 23rd, 2025, she and David argued via text. Celeste threatened to expose their relationship after becoming jealous of the singer's relationships with other women. David called her an Uber to meet at his home, where he is then accused. And let's keep it a book, because they were saying that she might have gotten pregnant and stuff like that, and he look, it is what it is. Because at that time, my theory at the time was he probably knocked her up, and she said that she was gonna keep it, and he was like, bruh, no, this can't happen. And this dude was like, I might as well kill the bitch, and I don't got to worry about no more. Yeah. Facts. So he says, mind you, she was 11 when they started talking. She was 11. Yeah, according to the paperwork, she was 11 when they started talking. Crazy work. Crazy work. Like I said, when you a celebrity, when you got that paper, people will just look the other way. This is some interesting stuff, man. Hold on. Let me see if I can find that. Yeah, that's the picture right here. Right here. The picture of him literally passing off licks to her friends. Literally passing off licks. You know, this is the interesting part. Look how tall David is, the artist. He's barely bigger. He's not even bigger than middle schoolers, bro. He's not even bigger than the middle schoolers. They could easily stomp this dude out for being a predator. Easily. They can stop this nigga out. I'm talking about as we speak, the body, yo. Where the cholos at? Where the cousins? Where don't Latino women got 11 cousins? 350 male cousins. Usually you'll breathe at a Latina wrong, and then she'll come out of nowhere with her male cousins. But where they at? They can easily they can stomp this nigga out. As I'm talking about right now, they can stomp him out right now. But certain people would some people are plugged. When you plug with the right people, or you got that paper, people will literally they'll just look the other way. I'm fascinated with stuff like this. Yeah, I'm talking about I'm looking at David, just looking at him from my point of view, and he's wearing boots. He's wearing boots too, and he looks small. Look, from my point of view, dude, I got female cousins that could beat this dude up. I'm talking about, and they're like I'm talking about, I got middle school female cousins that could beat this dude up. He does not look, I'm talking about, he looks small. That is a small dude right there. That is a very small dude. Like, and like I said, just because you're 5'4" or 5'3", or was it like say even if you're 5'6" or 5'7", that doesn't, just because you're small in stature doesn't mean you're like small. This dude is small. Like, I'm looking at him. I'm talking about, he has no weight on him. People can stomp it. What's stopping you? People can stomp him up right now. But when you got that paper, man, you got that paper, you got that status. You can pay off people's mortgages. You can I don't even think he was even paying them that much. This is some interesting stuff, man. Interesting. He said he's shorter than Diego Pavia. By the way, they said Diego Pavia. They have him listed at 5'9". So you know what that means. That means Diego Pavia. Like, when I saw him, he is no more than 5'8". He might be even 5'7". Diego Pavia is probably like 5'7". But from my vantage point, from looking at him at the practice, that rookie practice, he looks 5'8". He looks legit 5'8", respectfully. So somebody listed him. They try to list him at 5'10" and something. I'm like, this dude, I'm like, nah, he's probably 5'7". But David, he looks 5'3", 5'4". He looks like, David does not look no more than 5'4", 5'5", maybe 5'5". But he's also scrawny as well. He said he's probably shorter than Futon. Yeah, Futon could beat David in a fight. He says Diego looks 5'6", standing next to Lamar in one pic. Oh, I seen that pic. That's why I'm like, he's not no 5'9" or 5'10". I remember they had this dude listed at 5'10". I'm like, no, 5'10", that's Antonio Brown. Antonio Brown is a legit 5'10", 5'10", right? Who else? Who else am I thinking of? Neymar, legit 5'10". He's 5'10", right? I'm trying to think of another famous dude. Odell Beckham Jr., 5'10". No, Kyler Murray, 5'9". Kyler Murray, trust me, Kyler Murray. I've seen him stand next to Antonio Brown. Kyler Murray, 5'9". Maybe 5'8.5". Maybe 5'8.5". Kyler Murray is a smaller player too. Kyler Murray's no more than 5'9". Kyler Murray is not no damn 5'10". Antonio Brown is a legit 5'10", right? I'm trying to think of an example that I could use with somebody that people know about, right? So, for example, J. Cole, legit 6'4", no doubt, 6'4". These are like when I'm using these names, these are tools like where it's like, okay, this is the standard. AB is a legit 5'10", right? Legit 5'10". Jamar Chase, legit 5'11". He's not 6 feet tall, like he's 5'11". Jamar Chase, 5'11", right? He says AB is a good example. Kaká, right? The soccer player, the famous soccer player, legit 6'1". He's 6'1". He's 6'1". Legit 6'1", right? These are like when you think about, so if you see certain people standing next to them, it'll make perfect sense. You know what I mean? But anyway, that's a whole other story for another day. How tall is Jazz? I don't know. I don't think have I seen. Let me see something. What they got Jazz listed as? Let me see. What do they have his height? Because now they actually have people's true height because of the strike zone. So they have him listed at 5'11". He's probably 5'9" or 5'10". He's probably 5'9". Like, it's very few people where their listed height is what like is like what they're actually, that's their actual height. It's very few, right? Some people, they gotta lie up about their height. Some people, they gotta lie down about their height, right? So, for example, Kevin Durant, he's 7 feet tall, but he lies about his height so they don't put him at center, right? So they'll say, oh, I'm 6'10". He'll say I'm 6'10" or I'm 6'11", but he's legit 7 feet tall, probably even taller, right? Oh, how about this? LeBron James, he's a legit 6'9". That boy a T-Rex. For real, for real. he a legit T-Rex. Who else could I say? I'm trying to think of another person that people know of. Oh, how about this? Another perfect example, right? Messi. He's legit 5'7". He's 5'7". That's the standard height for like 5'7" right there. Lionel Messi's 5'7". Yeah, LaMelo is he's actually taller. Legit. I think LaMelo's like 6'8", 6'9". He might be a little taller. Like LaMelo, LaMelo, Jason Tatum, they're a lot bigger than people give them credit for. It's just that their play style, the way they play, they don't play like their size. All right. LaMelo had like a crazy growth spurt, in high school. Like when I remember like he was like in 8th grade and he was playing for the high school team, and he was like couldn't be no more than like 5'10", 5'11". He was maybe 6 feet tall at the time, and then he just shot up. Right. Like I remember there's one dude in high school that I knew of. He was 5'7", entering high school, and then left 6'7". Right. But that's because he played basketball. Okay. So he just shot up. He shot up. But yeah, who else is another person? I'm trying to think. Yeah, that's probably all the people that I can come up with off the top of my head. Right. So let me see. 5'8". Okay, 5'8". 5'8", that's Floyd Mayweather. So you're talking about somebody that's legit 5'8". That's Floyd Mayweather. What they got Floyd Mayweather listed as? Let me see. Floyd Mayweather height. Let's see something. Floyd Mayweather height. Yep, they got him listed at 5'8". He might be, maybe I'm wrong. He might be 5. He may be really 5'7". He may be really 5'7". But I've seen him next to Ortiz. And then I remember one time they had Floyd listed at 5'9". And I was like, I don't think that's I'm like, I don't think that's correct. Oh man. But anyways, that's a whole other story. Bottom line is David is small enough for where people can get an easy hot step on him. I don't know what's stopping people from stomping out David. It's just very interesting to me. He must be really protected. He must be really insulated. His legal team or the people that he's connected to must be some really powerful small hats, because he should have been gotten stomped out. But anyways, let me end this stream off by ranting on the conservative debate me bros. Right? Because I be seeing these hoe ass niggas, man. The other day I was on I think it was last week. I saw AJ's channel, right? And Martin Ruelas, right, aka Rachel's side piece, he was on the panel, right? And the topic was one of his debates. So they were showing one of his debates with one of these liberals, right? And they were trying to break down the debate. And the more that I watched it, and you guys can call me a hater, and it's fine. Like I can accept that criticism with this particular guy. But Martin Ruelas just came, aka Rachel's side dude, he just came across as a loser. No disrespect, but just a guy that he just came across as a loser to me, right? Conservative debate me bros, they cannot read the room, right? So one of the guys that he was trying to break down, I guess the topic was, I don't know why this is a topic though. They were talking about, should black culture die or something like Should black culture die? And I'm like, why are people still talking about these things? We right now we have bigger issues than, black culture. Right. We have we have way bigger issues. I don't know if you guys noticed, but even Undead Chronic, he's past that shit. He's like we're way past that, but like we have bigger issues at this point, right? But he's like, should black culture die? Now, the person that he was debating and try to, look foolish, quote unquote look foolish. The first thing I saw with this guy, he had a piano in the background, and I see some music related things, and I was like, oh, I get it. He's not gonna say, okay. What Caucasian dude in the year 2026 that plays an instrument is gonna talk crazy about black people in 2026? Name me one. Name me one white musician that's gonna talk crazy about black culture in 2026. Name me one. This is where people don't understand when you're talking about read the room. I'm talking about today's Caucasian musicians. They literally they go out their way to praise the black musicians of the past that didn't get the credit that they deserved. You know what I mean? Because in the past they didn't really get the credit. So you're not gonna see a Caucasian music today. Even the racist Caucasian musicians, they don't be doing that. They'll be the first to tell you, oh yeah, rock came, I know we talk about Elvis, but we gotta give praise to Muddy Waters. We gotta give praise to Little Richard and all these people. You're not gonna see a Caucasian musician that went to jazz school, that went to all these summer camps where you had all these black music teachers giving them free game that literally made them become pro musicians. Now, I'm not saying that the guy that Martin Ruelas was debating was a pro musician. I'm just saying I'm looking at his setup. It seems like he loves music, or he has a liking for music, and not the traditional type of music. I'm like, oh, he's not gonna say anything. He's not gonna go out of his way to, quote unquote, criticize black culture, because he's gonna think about the music. He's gonna be like, no, what about the music? He's gonna be like, what about the music? He's gonna make excuses. So you're wasting your time trying to debate a white liberal dude that likes a certain type of music or a certain genre of music, or has a respect for a certain type of a music, and you expect him to have a hard stance on why black culture needs to perish or something, or there's something wrong with, bruh, read the room. Read the room. Oh man. I don't know what's wrong with these conservatives, bro. They're so quick, particularly, you got these performative black male conservatives that do everything in their power to show other white conservatives that they're one of the good, they're one of the good ones. You don't have to do all that. Just to let you don't have to do all that. But we have the issues that we have at hand is it's beyond black culture, because black culture is basically everywhere now. If that makes sense, right? Meaning everything that used to only just happen in the black community, it's too late. It's already spread out. We talking about single mommyism. That's not necessarily black culture. That's what happens when you had a government during that time doing everything in their power to split apart the black family. And these there were long-term consequences that came of that because that was not properly insulated. Broken families isn't black culture. Broken families is a consequence. These are the consequences of when you have certain governments and certain entities in the government not focusing on the right things. They end up creating problems that we have no solution for in the future. In their haste to, to stop any, they were, they talked about a black messiah. They were afraid of a black messiah or a chosen one, or they didn't want another Malcolm X or another Martin Luther King. So they implemented so much tactics. Like they went a little bit too overboard to stop that situation, or they didn't want another, they were afraid of people of the Communist Party, right, trying to take over things. So they thought that was a connection to that. So they did everything in their power to stop that from happening. So we're still there. So there were long-term consequences because of that. Right. I don't know why in 2026 that's still hard for a lot of these conservatives to understand. This is why things are the way that they are in ninjadom, right? And to keep beating on a dead horse to prove a already, like just we're basically past that. Now we have way bigger issues at hand. We have a situation where basically men and women, they want nothing to do with each other. And when they do, it's just complete usury. Everybody got their guns up. Nobody want to put their guns down, metaphorically speaking. Like, we have way bigger issues at hand. America is turning into a police state. We got speeding cameras now. We got way, like, what black culture is, what black culture is not. This is 1990s conversation. But yeah, this is what the debate, the conservative debate me bros, this is what they're going out their way to talk about. The conservative bros, oh yeah, this is going to be the conservative bros 10 years from now. They're going to be like, why we need to stop, Middle Eastern culture, Indian culture. Why do they have the numbers? Why are they allowed to be here? Why is the immigration thing, bro? It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. We've already sold our rights. We've sold our souls to the small hats. We've sold our souls to the people in charge, to where we have no say in the matter. The people literally have no say in the matter anymore. We've sold our souls. But anyways, we're it's too late. Even Nick Fuentes said we're too late. I remember seeing the video. He's like, bro, we screwed the pooch on that. By the way, these are all things that could have been stopped, but it's the things that the American government or the people want to focus on instead of focusing on the real problems. This is why we're in the situations that we're in right now. But anyways, he says 20 years too late. Small hats have all the bangs. Shout out to Pyro for the $2 super chat.
Donations. Gifts. More gifts.
He said the police are getting arrested for sticking for the cam. A lot of the stuff that the conservative debate me bros that they're spending their time, the stuff that they're spending their time on, is just it's literally like you're saying, like they want like this guy wants me to give him points, cookies, for debating a white liberal dude that's probably more on the artsy side, and you're trying to convince him what? To condemn black culture. He's not going to do that. He's not going to do that. Read the room, debate me bros. Please read the room. I remember that one dude, he basically demanded to be on my channel. What kind of niggas we raising, bro? What kind of dudes are we raising? What's going on? These niggas. These analytical ass niggas, man. I bet you know what's crazy? Like, they probably stopped themselves from getting pussy from being too analytical. Why is this girl smiling at me too much? I didn't see him smile with that guy, and that guy's a little bit taller than me, but she was smiling with me. But I saw her smiling at that other guy, but not smiling at me. These analytical autistic niggas, man. I don't know. Maybe you know, Martin Ruelas was one of these guys. He probably purchased one of those courses from Andrew Wilson, because Andrew Wilson apparently he sells a debate course. he sells a debating course, right? They probably take one of these debating courses, and then you know they think they know what they're doing. But anyways, these analytical niggas, man, they probably overthunk their way out of some pussy. Straight up. I'm talking about, yeah. Debate. He said, debate me. Stop dodging me. I'm on my own channel. And it's I'll say specifically with Martin Ruelas. I'm like, what is there to debate about? We gonna debate about where Rachel Wilson's vagina's been? What kind of shit, nigga? We should already know what the game is. What is there to debate about? Now, Rachel Wilson. What proof do you have that Rachel Wilson only been with 3? Okay, Because there's no way. I'm telling you, if there was a black woman with two baby daddies with three, I keep messing this shit up. Two baby daddies with three kids. And then I said, oh yeah, she's probably had more bodies than her three dudes. Everybody would agree. What makes Rachel Wilson different? And I'm like, that's why y'all niggas be getting played. I'm like, don't y'all see? That's the difference between you and me. I can see a bitch like Rachel Wilson, and I already know. I'm like, oh, this bitch been in the streets. Did you see her cardigan sweater, Chris? Don't you see her Christian? Don't you see her cross? Her neck? Oh, what they call these things? Her crucifix? Don't you see her crucifix, Chris? She's one of the good ones. These people have lost their everlasting minds, man. And then they be shocked while motherfuckers is calling them losers and shit. The fuck? Bro, you need life. People need real life lessons. Real life lessons. Because those same guys that's talking all this righteous shit, they're gonna fall victim to like a vicious 304. Even some of the tactics that they employ, you know, when they're talking about, you know, just accept the girl that likes you. No. I don't believe in that. I'm talking about like fully, like you can't just accept any girl that likes you for you. You still gotta vet her out. Yes, you need to be with a girl that likes you more than, you know, that likes you more than you like her, but that doesn't mean you got to accept that. Because there's a single mom with two baby daddies and three kids that will genuinely like you for you. That doesn't mean you got to accept that. You still have to choose the woman ultimately. You choose as the man. It doesn't matter if the bitch chose you. This is why Charleston White be saying that hoes are always going to get chose, because they know what men like. So they already know all they got to do is suck the soul out of one of these Christian simps, and they're going because these Christian dudes, because a lot of them are virgins, they going to get the soul sucked out of them one time, and they're like, I can't let her go. And they gonna be stuck. People be like, you know what? I know she didn't learn that on her own, but maybe I can move this bitch to the suburbs and hopefully we move to a place where nobody knows who she is. Okay, I'll make this deal with her. Then they find out that she got kids. Then they find out, they're like, oh shit. Then you just end up accepting a single mammy with all this baggage because she sucked the soul out of you that one time. These hoes, they know exactly. Come on. But anyways, I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna go and pass out because I gotta wake up at 5. I don't even know how I'm gonna wake up. But anyway, shout out to you guys. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for listening. I know I went 2 hours way over time, but I had to get my shit off. Thank you, Pyro, for the two $2 super chats. You know what I'm saying? So man, thank you for that. Thank you for always being the biggest supporter of the show from my vantage point. Thank you Lorette Hamilton from supporting me in the shadows sometimes. I know she doesn't always join the chat, but shout out to Lorette Hamilton. Now the thing with Lorette, I don't know if she's I don't know mentally if she's of the best state, but I like her because she thinks like I think. She thinks exactly like how I think. You know, most of the times I'm like, I could tell we would agree on most things. You know, and she's one of our elders. She's one of the older ladies out there. You know what I mean? But she's probably, she's one of the OG supporters of the show. Deshaun Stallings, I don't know if you're still out there. Shout out to you being one of the OG supporters too, as well. But thank you guys for watching. Cope Approach, thank you. Ainsley probably checked in and then checked out because he probably got to work tomorrow too. You know what I'm saying? But man, take care, guys. What should I end it? Oh. Let me see. Since it's Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, we'll do this. Here we go. Shout out to you guys. Thank you guys. And
she thinks she's a man, but she does not have the equipment to be a man.